Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. We may begin now.
Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, February 6, 2025. The time is 2:10 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Board room at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby, Lim, Melendez, and Nash. I am going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address the commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple agenda items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it is by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We're moving on to item 1, and we will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on a live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. last name is Keith. Here in the room.
Hi, I'm Donnie Keith. I'm glad you didn't try to say my name.
Ma'am,
wrong.
can you state what items you're speaking on?
I'm speaking on the Crenshaw legacy,
Okay, you have
the
1 minute.
herbarium. I'm speaking because I have been a patron since they opened. The first time I walked in there, I thought, wow, this place is really clean. You know, considering what's in the area and how unsafe it is. I've been up and down Crenshaw stores, and that one is convenient, it's clean, the parking is safe, and it's very convenient for my clients. I work with regional center people that have learning disabilities, but a lot of them have enough, what do you call do by yourself? But some of them are going out the area getting abused trying to buy cannabis. And I take them to that store where they feel comfortable, welcome. I've introduced my great aunt to the place. She just passed away, her friends. It's just the best place in the neighborhood to go. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 4418, please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Hi, my name is Brandy Demore. I'm the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council
Ma'am,
Coalition.
1 moment. We are having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead and state your name and
My
which items you're speaking on.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Brandy Demore. I am giving 1 minute of public comment on items not on the agenda, and then we'll be speaking on item number 36, which is LAR 24310235.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. In terms of the public comment on items not on the agenda, myself and others have been engaging with state legislators regarding the concern over legal marijuana growth in California being riddled with pesticides and its attendant medical conditions, which are akin to tobacco use. I have been asked to ask this commission to try to be ahead of the curve and to be considering creating legislation that requires the notification of those medical dangers that are the same as alcohol and tobacco use. In terms of my comment regarding the application, there is a requested action by the commission to delay or postpone this application until February 20th. I would request that deadline be extended, as the applicant did not post the required notices on their door until after the community hearing had already occurred. When as part of sitting on the Plum Committee for the Appropriate Neighborhood Council, the applicant was advised on January 17th to post. It was not until the senior lead officer, Officer White, advised them that they did post it, but the meeting had already passed. So however you consider your continuations, please keep in mind that there does need to be another community meeting notice. Additionally, our neighborhood has become aware that the applicant has put up at least one billboard advising of a partnership with a food company, a taco truck company, to start doing free food in exchange for people to come to the location. That will pose some LAMC infractions in terms of parking in this area. You cannot have a food truck within 100 feet of an intersection. You cannot have a food truck parked more than an hour. There are other concerns, so I don't know if it necessarily appeals to the application specifically, but it does create some loitering, crowding uses, possible ADA issues on the sidewalk, et cetera, and an attractive nuisance to other food trucks to park illegally, as most of that street is red curb. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Cato.
Hello. I am in full support of Crenshaw Legacy.
Ma'am, can you state your name and which items you're speaking on?
Joelle Cato, and I'm speaking on Crenshaw Legacy 320040.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yes, I am in full support of Crenshaw Legacy in getting their annual license. Crenshaw Legacy is more than just a business, it's a vital part of our community. Herbarium Crenshaw is a safe, welcoming place where people feel valued. From the moment you walk in, a guard opens the door, not to check on you, but to ensure the environment remains secure for everyone. My grandmother, who's lived here for over 40 years, says it's a pleasure to walk into Herbarium. Lorenz Lanier, the owner, is intelligent and inspiring. His story shows young Black men that they too can own a prime piece of real estate, not just to make money, but to make a real difference in their community. His success gives us hope. We must protect and support Black-owned businesses because they're essential to our neighborhood. When one of us wins, we all win. Please grant them this license. They've deserved it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chorizo, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 9984. Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, which item? Please state your
Hello,
name and which items you're speaking on.
My name is Coulter Carlisle. I'm speaking on item number 6, 1503 North Mariposa.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So I'm the Vice President of the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council and on the Planning and Land Use Committee. I'm calling in opposition to this marijuana license. We are not anti-marijuana in our neighborhood, but this particular project, we were not made aware of this hearing through any kind of formal means. Let's see here, the DCR report says there's proof that the neighborhood council was made aware of this. We were not made aware of this, and I want to call and let you all know we were not made aware of this meeting or the August and October meeting, which I believe also looked at this item. It is within 700 feet of multiple sensitive use sites. There's some technicalities around some zoning issues. This is something we looked at heavily a year and a half ago when this thing came in, and we asked that folks oppose this because it's going to be a big problem for our neighborhood, and it's too close to the school and a daycare that's there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ishman Baber.
Hello, my name is Ishman Baber. I'm the owner of Go Global on Central and Adams.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I've turned a modification in October of 2024 to remove my store from Central and Adams to Florence and Vermont. The reason why I'm moving my store is because Danny Shaker, my business partner, 49%, have me paying high rent to his family, $28,000 a month, and the rent should be $10,000. So I'm removing myself from under the partnership, okay? So what I'm asking is DCR to give me this modification, okay? I contact DCR at least 3 times a month for the last 3 to 4 months concerning the update of my modification. Last Friday, I received an email saying that they lost my documents and they want me to forward them the documents. Saturday morning, I did that. I sent them all the documents. On Monday at 7:54 a.m. in the morning, I did not know DCR opens before 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. They send me a letter saying that my modification was put in abandonment. I saw Jason at City Hall on Tuesday. Jason got the modification out of abandonment. Still today, 3 months later, 4 months later, I still have not received the modification to move my store. I feel that DCR should catch up with me since they don't want to participate, all right, in me turning my documents in. I move my store and they deal with the
Thank you, sir.
documents
Your
later.
time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Rizzo, is anyone in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 9941. Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Hi, this is Gina Fields, Chairperson of Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Development Council, also known as EQUA, speaking on item number 10. I'm not sure the appropriate time to speak. We did submit a community impact statement and I know the meeting had been rescheduled a couple times to today. Is this the appropriate time for me to speak? To get 3 minutes, we read our letter. I'd like to note that we do have a community impact statement and hope that you can review that again as well. But if someone could let me know if this is the appropriate time to speak for my 3 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Hi, Ms. Fields. This is Emily Wada, the city attorney. We're going to, I think, verify the filing of those forms. This is for Crenshaw Legacy.
It was previously
Yeah.
filed. This is President Mason. The last time this matter was before us, it was filed at that time.
Okay, we'll verify that 1 second with the commission assistant, if you wouldn't mind holding, Ms. Fields. Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank
then you are more than welcome to provide public comment during this period. And if you'd like to, or if you'd like to just wait and hold all your comments until your neighborhood council presentation time, you can do that as well. So you just let us know what you'd like to do. If you'd like to wait till later or make a public comment in addition to.
I'll hold for the neighborhood council speaking time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Albert Midget.
Good morning, afternoon, excuse me. And my name is Albert Midget, and I'm here to speak on item number 10.
Okay,
Crenshaw
you have 1
Legacy.
minute.
1 minute. Okay, well, I'm a community homeowner. I lived in the community now pretty much all my life, over 40 years. And I retired, but I am a cannabis user, and I do use Crenshaw Legacy for my cannabis supply. And I wanted to mention that Mr. Lorenz, his business is state of the art, and it's conducive and well-being to the community. I look at his business as being a health and wellness business, as opposed to just a place of business selling marijuana. I purchased my home at the market value. I paid full market value taxes, and I see his business as being part of the community to provide tax revenue to a community that's in need of tax revenue. And if his business were to go away, that means that the homeowners are imposed upon to continue to pay higher taxes. And I'm here for a personal reason, as a business reason, but more so in support of the business that I believe is a very highly conducive business company.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Rizzo, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I'll make an announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 0619, please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
King Park Davis, Council District 10.
Yes,
Item
which
number
item?
10.
Hi, Mr. Davis. This is Emily Wada, the city attorney. I'm wondering if you'd like to, if you're desiring to give public comment on item number 10, or if you'd like to give public comment and also do a presentation when the item actually gets called before the commission.
Okay, I'll give the item when the item comes up.
Okay, so we'll call you back then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have an incomplete speaker card. The first name is Cheryl. There is no last name speaking on item 10. I do need your last name, ma'am.
Cheryl Rich.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for all that you do. I couldn't imagine what it took to get here. I'm here for item 10, Crenshaw Legacy.
You have 1 minute.
So my name is Cheryl Rich, and I am the friend of the aunt that DK had just spoke on. I smoked cannabis many years ago. And I don't at this point, but I do work with people who are hurting, who that is the only thing that helps them. And it was grown from the ground before the medical industry got here, we know. The store it's immaculate. Not only are they helping the community, but what they are doing with certain days of checking in with people in the community. I donated a lot of items to the store around, I guess, Thanksgiving. I sat back and watched how they are affecting the community in so many ways in a positive way. So again, I would just like to speak about Lorenzo and where he comes from. You know, I did 4 years, 5 months in prison myself. I now have a master's in clinical psychology. I'm an executive producer in entertainment and an honorary doctorate in ministry with a 25-year street ministry. What I have seen these young people doing, we must support in every way. So I just thank you. I hope I didn't go over. You would catch me if I did. I appreciate you, and you all have a heart, please, to let that business stay, and let's keep supporting them. Thank you so much.
Mr. Rizzo, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I'll make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. President Mason, there are no raised hands.
Okay, we'll return to the room. Priscilla B.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Midget. That's my brother, Albert Midget, lives in the neighborhood. I live down the street from him. Me personally, I don't.
Which item are you speaking on, ma'am?
Oh, sorry, Crenshaw.
Okay, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Me personally, I don't smoke weed, but I was diagnosed with breast cancer. That's when I start going to the weed store to get some marijuana to ease the pain and stuff. And it's a clean store, it's a decent store, and I can actually walk to it from my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, anyone in the feed?
There are no raised hands.
Back to the room, Doug Haynes.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Haynes. I'm here for agenda item number 6. I'm with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. I want to reiterate.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The comments made by our Vice President on the phone. The East Hollywood Neighborhood Council was not notified of today's hearing, only learning it earlier this week through another neighborhood council. The report states that this hearing is continued from October 3rd. Our neighborhood council was not notified of the October 3rd hearing. The report references an August 29 community hearing officer hearing. Our neighborhood council was not notified of the August 29th hearing, despite the report stating that we were. The report states that the applicant has provided proof to the DCR that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council and offered to appear before the NC. We wish to see this proof because we were not contacted by the applicant. When the project site sought planning department entitlements, the contractor stated that the site would be a retail use, but claimed he had no idea what the use would be. We only learned of the actual use after the temporary permit was issued, and we had no options at that point to raise objections. We asked that this
Thank you.
hearing
Your
be
time's up.
continued. Thank you.
Mr. Rizzo, anyone in the queue?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, returning to the room. First name is Craig. I will need a last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Heron, and I'm here to speak on item number 10, Crenshaw Legacy.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, so to be blunt, I'm on the ground floor. I'm the manager of the store. I see on a day-to-day basis how we affect the community on a positive basis, you know, what we bring to the table, as far as security, you know, just keeping the area clean on a day-to-day basis, keeping that area, that corner of Crenshaw Legacy lit, you know, with lights. So, you know, I get a lot of customers coming in just thanking us, honestly, you know, really being appreciative of what we bring to the table, bringing a safe forum for them to medicate. They don't have to worry about, you know, any pesticides or any bad, you know, just off the market drugs or anything like that in their cannabis. So, you know, just want to bring that to the table. I also have petitions from the community as well. If I could hand that off to somebody. Okay. Other than that, thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. There are no more speaker cards, so we will now close general public comment and single and multiple agenda item comment. On to item 2, elected office and neighborhood council representatives. This is a reminder that any representative from neighborhood councils will have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item on the agenda, will be given time to speak during the agenda item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We are on to item 3, which is commission business. We will begin with the approval of proposed amendments to the Cannabis Regulation Commission rules and operating procedures. Does the department or city attorney have a summary of the proposed amendments?
Good morning, commissioners.
Afternoon.
Or yes, I'm sorry, afternoon. This is Emily Wada, Deputy City Attorney. And I will provide you with a brief summary of the revisions to the CRC rules and operating procedures. There's not that many actually, and there's a couple just really technical edits, like eliminating a period or a comma where it doesn't need to be. But the edits, revisions primarily appear in ROP 4.4, just to reorganize the order in which the usual order of business will be. Specifically, it moves department updates from beneath commission business to above commission business. That's not, of course, reflected in today's agenda because these ROPs have not yet been adopted. It also makes a change to 4.4C, which was previously for neighborhood council presentations, to include elected office representatives as well, in the event that there is a council district office that would like to make a statement, or any other elected office. And then the final revision appears in ROP 4.5 subdivision C, just to include that the agendas can be posted in any other manner as provided by law. And that would be under the State Brown Act. That's it. Are there any questions? Thank you. And that's it for my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there a motion to approve the revisions as presented?
This is Commissioner Farmy. I make a motion to approve the revisions.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby. Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners.
Commissioner Farmby, 3/6/25. Will not be in attendance. I have a conflict there. April 17th. Conflict there.
This is President Mason. I will be absent on July 3rd. Any other absences, commissioners? Then we will move on to the approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of December 5th for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Commissioner Farmbee, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Visa, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmbee, I have a clarification question. This is the minutes regarding December 5th meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Okay, moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Hearing none, we are on to item 4. A report from the Executive Director. Assistant Director Colleen, is there a report?
Yes, there is, Madam President. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for agenda item number 4. Next slide. So Madam President, before we get started, I do have a lot of information for this commission. So the slides are set up at the 10,000 foot level. So if there are matters that the commission would like follow-ups on, I will happily provide itemized report backs at a future date. And of course, if there are questions, I can address them at the end of the presentation.
Thank you.
This is going to be a busy year for DCR from a legislative perspective. Later this week, we are going to be releasing our 2025 fee study. Our fees have not been adjusted since calendar year 2020. The fees have been stagnant and they will have to increase to accommodate the cost of living adjustments the city has made, as well as the increased costs associated with other supporting departments. The costs are going up less than the total cost percentage-wise for the cost of living adjustments, as well as the cost increases for support services provided by the department. And that has to do with the efficiencies and the streamlining that Director Durakian has implemented. We are asked to report back on starting an application process and regulatory structure for special events, as well as on-site consumption. As part of the council update for 2025, we are no longer be reporting to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. Instead, we are now reporting to the Government Operations Committee. We had our first meeting before Government Operations on Tuesday. They are introducing a number of motions for the department to report back. I've highlighted some of them in this report. So as we prepare and present report backs for that body, department staff will be available to provide an overview of those reports and any information for this body as well. The goal would be then, if you would like to hear about those, we can include them in either the executive director report going forward, or we could schedule them as a standalone item. One of the report backs will include the social equity program. They're asking for Dr. Brown to provide an update on the business licensing and compliance assistance program. That program is funded by the city's general fund. The city made an initial $9 million contribution to standing up that program. Last fiscal year, the program was cut down to $1 million per fiscal year. And, you know, the general fund is not doing well leading up to next year. So we're hopeful to get some money. And Dr. Brown and her team have been making adjustments to their programming to accommodate for whatever budget they are provided. We have been asked to propose some land use amendments and to extend the grandfathering provision under LAMC 105 that applies to the existing medical marijuana dispensaries. We've been asked to provide revenue generating ideas. The mayor's fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget will be released to the public on April 20th. We'll have our first meeting with the mayor and CAO on February 19th, where they will give us a preview on the resources that they may include in our budget for next year. Given the fact that we are a fully special funded department, I don't anticipate any changes to our staffing levels. However, the general fund appropriation for business license and compliance assistance can be adjusted and would be based on the availability of those general funds. And then the last one is unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. In Government Operations Committee on Tuesday, myself, LAPD, and the Office of Finance provided an update, an overview of a report that was produced back in 2022. LAPD talked about the number of unlicensed cannabis retail storefronts as well as cultivators. And then the Office of Finance at DCR were asked to talk about what the impact of the city not collecting those tax revenues from those businesses, what that dollar amount could be. Given the fact that it's a 2-year-old report, the committee has asked us to provide an updated report, which we will prepare. As folks on this committee know, unlicensed commercial cannabis businesses cannot register for a VTRC nor remit taxes because they're unlicensed. So, that is a matter that we'll bring before the committee later on. Next slide. For licensing updates, it's been a busy year so far. We did our first virtual lunch Q&A on the 22nd, and we extended the annual licensing application fees that we had deferred from December 2024 through the end of the renewal cycle, February 28th, 2028. All outstanding ALA fees and renewal fees must be submitted by February 28th, or those records will be closed out and they will reflect an expired status. There was an ordinance signed on December 18th. We'll get into that later as part of the ordinance amendments, but that delayed the implementation of the mandatory requirement for an emblem. It extended the exclusivity period for social equity applicants to apply for certain applications through December 31st of 2025, which will give us the opportunity to conduct another lottery. And then it added some new rules for that lottery. And then the social equity individual applicant criteria was amended. It no longer includes the disproportionately impacted area. It focuses solely on a cannabis arrest conviction and individuals being low income. And we'll get into that later as well. We did a verification webinar that was done last week. That information is posted on the website. We went through the new criteria in detail. We will be doing a follow-up webinar to actually walk folks through the application process for that in the coming weeks. We're also going to be doing a webinar on the California Environmental Quality Act and the notices of exemption. As part of this body's duty, when you adopt the annual license application recommendations, you're also adopting those environmental reports. And as the committee does its business, we are filing with those with the county. The licensing team have also filed over 200 non-retail NOEs with the county. And we're back in the state's good graces because we are transitioning folks over from provisional licensure to annual licensure. And then since mid-December, 140 of those non-retail applications have been processed. So the team has significantly increased the output because we've been able to get so many of those retail storefront applications through this body. So we really appreciate all of the hard work this committee has done and the approximately 300 cases you considered last year, as well as the 276 that were approved. Next slide, please. For compliance updates, and we do have Rocky Wiles, who is the manager over our compliance division. 161 compliance inspections have been completed out of the 276 annual licenses that have been approved by the CRC. 56 locations have passed their compliance inspection. 68 have some kind of compliance monitoring going on. In terms of enforcement investigations, through the complaint portal since its inception, there have been just over 10,000 complaints submitted. Over 2,000 of those complaints have been referred to LAPD because they're related to unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. Approximately 9,800 of those complaints have been closed, which include complaints that have been submitted to other regulatory agencies. There's 102 complaints that are pending review, 29 investigations underway, 26 open complaints. The compliance team has assessed $3.2 million in fines. The director does have the authority to enter into stipulated agreements and negotiate for less than the fine amount. Director Garakian does definitely believe in a progressive discipline process, and she wants folks to comply, and she's not trying to put businesses out of business. So those fines have been negotiated to about 20% of what the assessed fines could have been. And then so far we've collected $261,000, of which $133,000 have been collected in the current fiscal year. Ms. Wiles and the enforcement team are still working with Roe on the enforcement study, and I do not have a date for when that report will be transmitted. Next slide, please. For our social equity program updates, DCR has expanded the referrals for the pro bono, low bono program. It now includes all license types for social equity individual applicants that have passed the pre-application review process. When we launched the program, it was focused on our type 10 retail storefront operators, and then it was expanded. And now anybody who's gone through the pre-app review process, who is a social equity applicant, can apply for a referral to the pro bono, low bono legal services program. That's a partnership between the City of LA and the Los Angeles County Bar Association. Qualified social equity individual applicants are still eligible to receive up to those 40 hours of legal services. 10 of those hours are provided completely free, and then 30 of those hours are at the low bono rate of $35 per hour. And then for more information, you can go to the department's website or reach out to our social equity team. Dr. Brown and the team are going to be conducting their first quarterly stakeholder meeting. So they have a standing social equity stakeholder advisory working group. So they will convene for ideas for calendar year 2025. That stakeholder group provided input for some of the ordinance amendments that were adopted by the City Council last year. They launched their candidate dispatch in February, or at the end of last week, for the month of February. And then Dr. Brown and her team, in coordination with the department's administrative team, successfully got a $3.5 million award from the state for the Cannabis Equity Grant for fiscal year 2025, 2026. It is the largest award that the state has issued for this grant term. And it does include the local match, which is Dr. Brown and her team and the services that they provide to our social equity stakeholders. So we do really appreciate all of the hard work and stuff she does for our program. Next slide, please. Just a reminder for folks that there are certain services that the department provides under the social equity program. And there are things that people say that the department is supposed to provide that the department is actually not providing because it was never funded, nor was it ever adopted into law. So I just want to briefly go over some of the benefits to our social equity applicants. Social equity applicants receive priority processing. So, we process social equity applications in parallel with general applications. Social equity individual applicants have exclusive access to certain activity types. And then, of course, we're processing the non-retails in a one-to-one. We do have a dedicated team that is providing technical assistance to social equity applicants. And we have teams dedicated to doing the equity share review for operating documents on the legal business entity record. We have a fee deferral program subject to the availability of funds. That's when we get funding from the state to provide waivers or other services where we have the ability to waive certain fees up to the 6 months. Again, that's subject to the availability of funding. We do not have a general fund appropriation to provide those services, so it really comes down to the grants. The next slide, please. For our business license and compliance assistance, that program is funded by the general fund, and we, always ask for an annual allotment of money. Those monies go 100% towards contractual services. So those are the coaches, the pro bono, low bono legal services, all of the different things that applicants need to understand kind of what they're getting into and get assistance on. Those monies that come from the general fund go to fund contractors that can provide those services. It does not pay for any staff time. Our financial grant program, we have the ability to administer a financial grant program. Of course, it's subject to the availability of those grant funds. And then again, I just want to highlight the fact that Dr. Brown and her team did get the maximum amount for any jurisdiction in California for the California Equity Grant for 25-26. Next slide, please. The social equity individual applicant verification request filing period. As part of the amendment, we have new criteria. We're going to do another round of verification. The filing period will open for 15 calendar days. We're going to open that on Monday, March 17th. And it will close on Tuesday, April 1st at 4 p.m. local time. Late submissions cannot be accepted. There is a 7-day cure period. If folks submit a deficient verification request, we do have the authority this time to reach back out and notify them of the deficiencies. And then they have 7 days from that notification to provide updated documentation or missing documentation. There is a filing fee of $597. Unfortunately, folks will have to pay this filing fee. The state determined as part of a prior California Equity Grant audit that they did not believe that this fee could be waived using those funds because they view it as an administrative fee. And 99% of that grant goes towards direct technical assistance. So we can't fund it through the grant. Individuals that were verified in either calendar year 2019 or 2022 will not have to get verified in order to participate in the retail storefront lottery later this year. That is a deviation from the 2022 process. And we will be doing a webinar on Tuesday, February 25th, where we will be going over the application process and how folks can upload their documents for verification. Next slide, please. Of the documentation, there's the low income documentation. Folks will have to either provide their 2023 or 2024 tax return. They'll have to be determined to be low income for the metropolitan area that they live in, based on the HUD requirements. If folks did not file a tax return, they can always submit a verified copy of their non-filing transcript, which is the Form 4040 series transcript. The 4506T is available on the IRS website. It takes about 2 weeks for them to get them out to people. So we are doing these webinars in advance so folks can request the documentation, be ready to go mid-March. Next slide. In terms of the arrest or conviction documentation, under the new criteria, folks can submit an arrest or conviction from anywhere within the United States. We will be looking up that information. Folks can provide a physical copy of the ticket or citation, police report documenting their arrest, a court docket referencing the arrest or conviction, or a letter of expungement. Next slide, please. We have some general guidelines just about the required documents. Again, we did a webinar on this and it is available on the department's website. Next slide. One of the big things we do not need to talk with this body about is the outstanding tax delinquencies. This body has had a number of folks come before it talking about the impact of the unlicensed market and, you know, the competitive advantage those businesses have. But there are also businesses that are unilaterally deciding not to remit taxes to the city. And you can see based on this, how big of an impact that is. Currently, there is $280 million almost in outstanding general fund taxes due to the city. Group A, there's 123 businesses that each owe over $500,000 to the tune of $230 million. The most egregious person owed $13 million. The code allows DCR to deny a renewal application. So as part of the licensing update, we worked with the mayor and city council to not collapse our market because there are over 700 businesses in this bucket. And the code does not currently differentiate between somebody who's been delinquent for 4 years and owes 13 million or somebody who has been delinquent for 3 months and owes $3,000. So DCR will be transmitting as part of its legislative update, a recommendation to create a tiered structure to try to bring as many of these businesses back into good standing. Of course, the most egregious ones are the ones we're targeting first. Next slide. The number of delinquent accounts grew from 157 in December of 2020, and it's up to 713 as of December 2024. There's of the folks that were delinquent in December of 2020, only 17% of those have returned to good standing. So people are making a business decision to stop remitting taxes to the city, but they are continuing to remit sales taxes and state excise taxes. So that has a huge impact on us. 85% of the people who fall out of good standing for a year or more never come back into good standing. So this has a huge impact on the licensing market, because we need to keep those people in good standing or create a threshold that will forgive people who fall a month or two behind, but then holds folks that fall way behind accountable. Next slide. So in lieu of collapsing the local market, DCR is on a rolling basis going to begin issuing notices of violation this month to the businesses first with outstanding tax obligations over $3 million. Once we get through those, we'll move to $2 million and then we'll go down to $1 million. That will give the mayor and city council the remainder of the calendar year to consider some policy considerations. And then we'll have the ability to address the remaining tax non-compliance based on those policy considerations for the calendar year 2026 renewal cycle. What's been discussed at a high level so far is first setting the threshold at folks who owe over $1 million or have been delinquent for 4 years or more, and then walking it back to folks that are delinquent $500,000 or more or have been delinquent since December of 2023. And then finally, anybody who owes over more than $100,000 or has been delinquent since December 2026. Again, cannabis businesses do have to remit taxes on a monthly basis, similar to parking lot operators, because they're highly cash-based businesses. There are public safety concerns about people holding on to cash for long periods of time. And then there's also concerns about people bringing large quantities of cash to the city. So it is important for folks to remit their taxes on a monthly basis. As part of this tax delinquency issue, the mayor and council, of course, can look at the tax rates and decide whether or not they want to make adjustments to the tax rates to bring it down below what the voters adopted. The city has done in the past tax amnesty programs, but neither the Department of Cannabis Regulation nor the Office of Finance can unilaterally implement any of those. It will take an action of the elected body. Next slide. For the ordinance amendments, we removed the criminal penalty associated with retail storefronts not getting an placard by January 1st, 2025. Now the retailers must simply post their emblem within 5 days of receiving it. Next slide. We did extend the social equity exclusivity period for retail delivery and cultivation from January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. The goal there is to allow us to do another verification window, allow people to register for the lottery in summer, fall, and then conduct the lottery in December of 2025, so that after the 3-year period for the folks that got verified and selected through the lottery in 2022, once those opportunities expire, those opportunities plus the remaining opportunities will go into a lottery, and then the SEIs that are selected through that lottery will have the opportunity to submit an application for the retail storefront activity. The intent is to exhaust the remaining application capacity. That, in conjunction with the change in definition for undue concentration, will then give folks the opportunity to start applying in PCN for a public convenience or necessity finding in areas that become unduly concentrated. Next slide, please. For the lottery, we have the authority to hold an additional lottery. We will be conducting one lottery event that will have 3 individual lotteries. We'll have one lottery for folks that were verified in 2019, a separate lottery for folks that are verified in 2022, and then a third lottery for the folks that were verified in 2025. Once we've completed the lottery registration process, the application opportunities will be proportionally allocated to each of the 3 groups, so that folks are only competing against people who are verified under the same criteria, but everybody has the same percentage opportunity to be selected from that group. So hypothetically, if we had 100 licenses and 60 of them were registered under 60% of folks registered for 2019, we would allocate 60 of the licenses to the 2019 bucket. If 30% of the folks were 2022, 30 licenses would be allocated to that bucket. If 10% were from 2025, then 10% or 10 licenses would be allocated to the third bucket. It's to ensure that 1, you're only competing against folks that were verified under the same criteria, and then 2, your proportional opportunity to be selected is the same across all groups. SEIs, of course, will only be eligible to register for one of the lotteries. So if you got verified in all 3 of them, you're not going to be able to participate in 3 individual lotteries. And then DCR does have the authority to hold another lottery in the future if there is license capacity or application capacity at a future date. Next slide, please. The amendment to the social equity individual applicant criteria, the disproportionately impacted area was removed. Low income just requires folks to meet the low income threshold based on the HUD income limits for the area median income in the county or metropolitan area that they live in. Information will be posted on our asset attestation so that folks can look up what those income thresholds are for the different parts of the country. And then for cannabis arrest or conviction, it's any arrest or conviction on the laws of the state or the United States related to the sale, possession, use, manufacture, or cultivation of cannabis. Next slide, please. Changes to the definition of cannabis and undue concentration. Cannabis previously didn't have a standalone definition in the municipal code. What we did was we amended our section in the municipal code to mirror the definition of cannabis as adopted by the voters under Measure M. So now our definition aligns with the definition that the Office of Finance uses. And then for the parameters of undue concentration, it was updated. Previously, it was a ratio of 1 license to every 10,000 residents in a community plan area. And then it had a whole bunch of different carve-outs for different council actions throughout the years. We did the math. It rolls out to effectively 1 license for every 7,500 constituents in a community plan area. So instead of having to now track all of the different carve-outs and which license is carved out and which isn't, now it's just a flat ratio. Everybody that had been deemed eligible and submitted an application in the community plan area is effectively grandfathered into that community plan area. So we're no longer facing the situation like in Hollywood where we have more applications pending than licenses that we could have issued. Now DCR has the authority to process all of those applications through to licensure if the applicant meets the requirements without the folks that unfortunately didn't make the old cut getting referred to PCN. So we've avoided that crisis. And then the definition for cultivation was updated. Previously, there was an artificial cap of 15 licenses per community plan area. We were way over the caps in a lot of those areas because of the existing medical marijuana dispensaries and the suppliers from 2018 that prevented other applicants from having the opportunity to apply for that activity. With getting rid of that artificial cap, now there's capacity in almost all of the community plan areas. And then we plan to make those application opportunities available at some time in the future. Next slide. We had some changes to the annual licensing process. We have the ability to now pause within that 90-day window any application that has not resolved their outstanding compliance related issues, or we have a pending compliance inspection or an ongoing investigation. Previously, DCR had to make its recommendation within 90 days to this body. And if the investigation or compliance inspection fell outside of that 90-day window, we were kind of locked in. So you will see later on today that we've utilized it. And then there's some changes to the legal remedies. So DCR now has the ability to pursue any legal remedy under law to collect unpaid administrative fees, civil actions, injunctive relief, etc. DCR is also entitled to recover all attorneys' fees and costs incurred to collect those unpaid penalties. So we're trying to make sure DCR remains full cost recovery, but we hold the folks that owe the city money accountable. And next slide. If members of the public have questions, please reach out to DCR licensing at lecity.org, and that includes the executive director's report, Madam President.
Well, thank you, Jason. That you said it at the beginning. That was a lot. I'm excited to hear about the $3.5 million grant because as we've all heard, congratulations, Dr. Brown. As we all have heard in meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, that is probably the most utilized social equity benefit that the department has to offer. So I'm glad to hear that we are bringing home the most money for our market. Didn't like hearing it will be that there will be a rate increase because of the impact that it will have on profitability of our dispensaries. So I hope that, I believe that serious consideration will be given to that. And I hope the increase will be reasonable and minimal. Disappointed to hear about the outstanding taxes though, and the impact it has on the market. Do you all have any understanding as to why people are not paying their taxes?
I mean, there's a variety of reasons that folks are not remitting taxes. Some of them are like effectively have said, well, if the city is not going after the unlicensed businesses, why should I pay taxes? But if I refuse to pay the IRS because I know there are other people out there cheating, whether or not they get caught cheating, the IRS is still going to come after me to pay the taxes. You know, separately, If you don't remit the sales taxes, there are penalties at the state level. If you don't remit the excise taxes, we know speakers have come here and said CDTFA will come and raid your
Mhm. They will
location.
come. Yes.
They will be armed and they will take everything out of your location.
Yes.
Our tax compliance officers and auditors aren't doing that. So they're making business decisions about who to pay. And unfortunately, the city is the lowest on that list. And,
I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Liwana. At this time, I'm going to suggest that if we want to have a further discussion into cannabis business taxes, then we should ask for that to be scheduled on a future agenda.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And finally, thank you for extending social equity exclusivity. Appreciate that. That's a good look. Commissioners, any comments? Your questions would be for a report back, so any comment?
Yeah. First, thank you, Jason. I think that was the most comprehensive, longest report you've given. A lot of information. I had a couple of questions. I'll try to be brief here. The fees, do we have any idea when that will be effective? When is that going to happen?
the goal would be to have the fees effective by July 1st at the start of next fiscal year. The fee study should be transmitted tomorrow. It'll go through the normal legislative process, get referred to committees. Fees do have to be posted for, I believe, a period of 30 days before they can go into effect. We're trying to get the policymakers to consider the fees before Budget and Finance pauses for consideration of the mayor's budget. So hopefully we can get it through City Council before April 20th. If not, we're looking at May or June. And then, of course, the city attorney's office will have to work on preparing an ordinance to get it turned around and transmitted back through council. So there's a number of steps before those fees would go into effect. To President Mason's earlier point, we were cognizant of the impact the increased fees would have. Dr. Brown and the team have used the CEG grant funds to do annual license waivers under the old fee regime for all of the social equity folks that were pursuing type 10. We have processed all of the pending annual license applications. Everybody who had deferred fees was charged under the old fee regime. So these fees would go into effect for new applicants coming in and then renewals for calendar year 2026.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Regarding the expansion of the social equity program, you said to the pre-applicants. I didn't get when. Did you say 125 of this year is when that would be effective?
Dr. Brown has already made the pro bono, low bono legal services available to all social equity applicants pursuing a commercial cannabis activity that has gotten past the pre-application review process.
Okay. Is that the right one? Sure. Hey. Okay. And then one more. I mean, I have several, but just for the sake of time, the 1 to 7,500 residents regarding the businesses. Did that take into consideration like all of the different criterias that we were talking about, or was it just some number that you all figured out that would meet the requirement for that specific area? From the 1 to 10,000 to 7,500.
7,500.
Effectively, what we looked at is the original policy plus all of the amendments that changed what the capacity was going to be. And then we found that that was a ratio of 1 to 7,500. So it relies on the same analysis plus the policy amendments to get to basically the same ratios for each of the community plans that was there. But instead of folks, like, we are revising the table on the department's website because it was very convoluted before. It was like, here's the licenses, but here are the licenses that don't, count towards this. Here are the licenses that do. So this is what it is. And it was wonky across the city. And we had to track like record by record. So if somebody relocated, is it one of the ones that doesn't count towards undue concentration, or is it one of the ones that does count towards undue concentration? So by standardizing it to the 1 to 75, there's a flat number for each community plan. The number posted is the number.
That's
And then,
it.
and then
Yeah.
two, now it takes into account the pre-apps that were deemed eligible for further processing, the pending applications and the licenses. So once we've accepted, enough applications of that community plan, it's considered unduly concentrated. Folks have access to the public convenience or necessity process without having to wait for enough licenses to be issued.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller, it's Jason. The numbers that you showed for the amount of outstanding taxes that are out there, does that include all the late fee penalties in that number, or is that just the hard number of what's owed in terms of taxes?
Yes, sir. The total number includes the principal, the interest, and then any of the penalties that have been applied. The penalties can go up to 40%. And because these folks remit on a monthly basis, you basically cap out at 40% after 5 or 6 months.
Okay, great. I have a quick question about the cap for cultivation, because we don't normally deal with cultivation here. So can you explain that one time real quick again?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Melendez, because I don't think cultivation was discussed in the director's report. You can ask for maybe a report back on that particular topic if you'd like to hear something about it, and we can have it agendized.
Yeah. All right, that'd be perfect. If you can just put that on the agenda, that'd be great.
And just the record to reflect that, Mr. Colleen has given a thumbs up indicating that he would do that, just to the extent that we can make a verbal record.
Ms. Wada, we did include the definition of undue concentration impacted both the retail storefront ratios as well as cultivation. So we did include that in the director's report as part of the ordinance amendments.
Thank you for that correction. All right. So your question then again, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to explain because it was changed. This is Commissioner Melendez once again. It was changed from what it was before to something new, and I just it moved so fast that I wasn't able to really grab.
The original definition talked about cultivated area in a community plan area, and that's calculated based on the amount of manufacturing square footage based on zone. And the old definition had a cap that said, you can only issue up to 15 in any area. So like downtown Los Angeles that has a tremendous amount of manufacturing, the San Fernando Valley, parts of Devonshire that have those warehouses, they could have accommodated tons of more licenses, but they were automatically artificially capped at 15. And then you have areas like Brentwood and Pacific Palisades and others that don't have any manufacturing in those community plans that had 0. So you had folks that were competing for cultivation activity that aren't able to actually get licenses in the area that are properly zoned for it. So by removing the artificial cap, it creates more compliant properties and it creates more application and license opportunities without doing anything to the original analysis for, how many cultivation licenses could be accommodated within the city.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Lim. So my understanding is this commission approved over 200 applicants. Out of those 200, approximately 161 went through inspection. And then out of the 161, 124 met through the compliance or was being monitored. So there's a difference of about, 35, 37 that's out there. What's the status of those 37?
I apologize. I'm just going back to that slide. There are 29 locations that are still under investigation, so they're still looking into the stuff. And I believe there's like 25 open complaints. And then the other ones just haven't been scheduled.
But okay, so the inspection was done on 161 of them, correct?
Correct.
And out of that, we have
276.
Right, I understand that, but now you mentioned that there's complete compliance with a certain amount, and then a certain amount was being monitored. The total of those two numbers was 124. So my question is, the difference between 161 and 124 is 37. Well, What's the status of those 37?
Invite the compliance division up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Just to interrupt. I think that the purpose of the report from the executive director is just to give a broad strokes of what's going on in the department. But if you'd like if you'd like to delve into the specifics of his, yeah, me not knowing exactly how far these questions are going to go, right? So I just would like to give a precautionary warning that we can give like these general numbers, but if this is going to go into like a more detailed conversation, then at least consider asking for a report back. But again, if you're just asking for a
Yeah, I just want the difference between what's the status of those 37?
wonderful, thank you.
The delta is Jason Flynn, Assistant Executive Director. The delta was locations where the compliance inspector went out and either the business was not operating or they weren't able to complete the inspection.
For those
And-
37.
Yes, and the next time we give this report, we'll make sure that we get the numbers to add up.
I won't ask a follow-up. This Commissioner Lim, I won't ask a follow-up question.
If you're
can request a report back.
You can
No,
certainly ask
no.
for the report back if you're curious. I don't want to preclude you from that. It's just
It's okay.
wonderful. I'm sorry.
This Vice President Nash, the change in the concentration figures from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 7,500, is that going to result in an equivalent increase in the number of dispensaries?
It's a nominal increase. It's less than 30 across all 35 community, like citywide, it's less than 30. So some community plans got like an extra license because they were between like 7,500 and 10,000, but it's a nominal amount. The biggest deal was in 2019, when we conducted phase 3 retail round 1, we selected 100 individuals. June of 2020, the council expanded it to an additional 100, and they exempted the original 100 from being included in the calculation of undue concentration. And then they excluded people who were deemed eligible after a date certain from the calculation of undue concentration. So the way it worked out mathematically was basically there was the same amount of opportunities, but we accounted for in the definition all of the carve-outs council had done up through December of 2024. And again, there were less than 30 total citywide licenses added, and that was just in the community plan areas where there was the population was between like 7,500 and 10,000, where they wouldn't have gotten the one license before, and now because it's lower, they got the extra license.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Lim. I would like to get a report back in regards to changing the definition of cannabis to add hemp in there. And so how is this department going to be monitoring or controlling the hemp area? Are we going to take action so that the hemp will no longer be sold at liquor stores and other non-cannabis related areas?
DCR is working in conjunction with the offices of the city attorney and other agencies, and we will happily report back on that.
This is Commissioner Lim. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I've got questions regarding the delinquent taxes, but I'm not sure if they're allowed or not. And I don't know what I would request a call back on yet, or a report back yet, without asking some questions. What suggestions would the city attorney's office have?
Well, I'm not opposed to hearing your questions first, rather, or I don't know if you have a lead up question or if you have kind of like the end all, like where you want to end up.
I have an idea. This is President Mason. So if the commission is not opposed, then we can schedule one. I would just like to have a special meeting that does not involve licenses, where we can really delve into these questions and lean into the policy and have a more robust conversation without eating up the time of the applicants. So Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we should go that route.
And I think, just Commissioner Farmer, I think all of us here have some interest there. You know, and I think it makes sense to allow this time to be used by the applicants and to dive a little bit deeper
Mhm.
and ask the questions we need to for this specific item. Is that okay, Emily?
Wonderful. So I think you just need to ask for your report back on the topics you'd like to hear specifically about cannabis business taxes. Well, some broad
The whole
strokes would be
presentation.
helpful. Maybe you can ask like how the basis on which they're calculated or, you know, what the plan is to do about them. I mean, it's entirely up to you what you want to hear about. Do you want to hear specifically just about the top offenders or you want to hear about, you know, broad strokes? Anything and anything. It's your request for information.
This is Vice President Nash. I think I'm gonna take President Mason's lead and hold off right now.
Yeah. I agree. I support that.
Okay. And Assistant Director Colleen, you suggested that March 20th?
Yeah, currently we only have 2 cases that were continued previously that are scheduled for March 20th. And the team is not noticing any other cases for that date. So really it would only be the 2 continuations and any additional continuations that this body may move to that date.
Well, if we're going to lean in and have some meaningful dialogue, I'm pretty certain that the commissioners would agree that we would not consider March 20th as a viable date for continuing any licenses for consideration. We're going to be selfish with that time and do commission work. Okay, so March 20th it is.
And I'm sorry, this is also Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I just wanted to also say, Commissioner Mason, like that we could work with you as well. And your commission staff could work with you as well if later on you think of things that you want to add to it. So it's
Absolutely.
not necessarily a limit. You have to say today anything and everything you want to say. If you later send us an email directed to your staff that you want to hear about something, we can certainly accommodate that request too.
Absolutely. So commissioners, anything that comes up after today's meeting, submit that to Josie. And then she will spread it out to staff and we'll get that agenda up and running. Sounds good. Are we good with closing out this item now?
Thank you, Jason.
Jason, if you would, I know that the presentation will be up on the website, but if you could see to it that the commissioners are provided with the slides as well individually to give them an opportunity to take notes as we go back and review the recording of what you presented and come up with more questions.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
so
I'll
much.
ask staff to do that.
All right. Then we are on to item 5, which is DCR core record number 100061. The applicant is HHC Plus Incorporated, a California nonprofit corporation. The recommendation is to receive and file as no action is necessary. So this matter is therefore received and filed. I'm taking item 7 out of order. This is DCR core record number 320014. The applicant is 982 Western LLC. The recommendation is to receive and file and no action is necessary. Therefore, the action is received and filed. Also taking item 9 out of order. It is DCR core record number 10174774. The applicant is Venice Caregiver Foundation Incorporated. The recommendation is to receive and file and no action is necessary. Therefore, the action is received and filed. Also taking item 16 out of order at the request of the department. Item 16, core record number 101771. The applicant is VFarm 1509 Inc. At this time, we will hear from the department.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for DCR core record number 101771. DCR has suspended processing of this application. Unfortunately, the Office of the City Attorney has been successful in getting a default judgment against this business due to unpaid business taxes. DCR has notified the business of the suspension, and we will go through the normal process to see if they're able to come back into good standing. If they are able to come back into good standing, this item would be scheduled again for this commission. We are asking that this be continued to the April 3rd meeting to give us an opportunity to see if the business can come back into good standing.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the department regarding the request to continue? Hearing none, this is President Mason. I move that item number 16, DCR Core Record Number 10177 be continued to the April 3rd meeting.
Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I am taking item 17 out of order at the request of the department. Item number 17 is DCR Core Record Number 1017759. The applicant is West Valley Patients Center Incorporated, a California corporation. At this time, we will hear from the department.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean for DCR Core Record Number 1017759. The department has suspended processing of this application. The city has gotten a default judgment against this business entity for unpaid business taxes. Therefore, DCR has suspended its application processing, and we are trying to resolve this issue with the applicant. We are requesting that this item be continued to April 3rd.
Thank you. Commission, any questions regarding this continuance request? Then at this time, I move that item number 17, DCR Core Record Number 1017759 be continued to the April 3rd meeting at the request of the department.
Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I'm taking item 19 out of order at the department's request. Item number 19 is DCR Core Record Number 100034. The applicant is Peace and Joy LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of March 6, 2025. May I have a motion?
It's Vice President Nash regarding item number 19, DCR Core Record Number 100034. I move that the matter be continued to the meeting on March 6, 2025.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I have a request from the department to take items 26 through 41 out of order to continue those items to a future date. I move to continue items 26 through 41 to the commission's meeting on February 20th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Vice President Nash, second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye. Sorry.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I am taking item 10 out of order.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. At this time, I have to recuse myself. And so there'll be a substitute counsel for you here, Patrick Hagan. One moment, please.
Item 10 is DCR Core Record Number 320040. The applicant is Crenshaw Legacy LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
I believe they're on the virtual meeting. Let me call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 9941. Please state your name and whether you represent the neighborhood council for this item.
Hi, yes, this is Gina Fields from Empowerment Congress West Neighborhood Council.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, is this my time to speak? Apologies.
Yes, you may speak.
Great, thank you so much. Madam President and honorable commission members, I'm Gina Fields, chairperson of Empowerment Congress West, also known as ECWA. ECWA previously voted to oppose the issuance of the annual license for Crenshaw Legacy, formerly known as Free the Trappers, currently Herbarium Crenshaw. At the ECWA special board meeting on Tuesday, July 2nd, the ECWA board 2024, the ECWA board listened to the residents' list of complaints and included those complaints in our previous community impact statement. We still have concerns and would appreciate the assistance of the Department of Cannabis Regulation Commission in helping us to find a resolution. While ECWA seeks to support our local businesses and has been instrumental and supportive of the development of the social equity program, we oppose the location of this or any cannabis dispensary on the historic corner of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard for the following reasons. Number one, based on the actions preceding the hearing, the abusive emails sent to the neighborhood council, and the harassing statement to board members, our concern is that if Lorenz Lanier receives his license at this location, he will revert to his disrespect and disregard of the community. Please see the email attached to the community impact statement. Number two, residents are concerned that during the Kingdom Day parade, the media staging will highlight the cannabis dispensary on its televised programming and support a continued negative stereotype of Crenshaw Boulevard and its nearby neighborhoods as being drug-filled. Number three, Crenshaw Legacy, LLC, Herbarium Crenshaw, is set to be opened with a social equity license, but the license holder, Lorenz Lanier, was not previously listed as the owner of the business with the California Secretary of State. Additionally, Crenshaw Legacy LLC is registered to a different address than the store location. We brought this to the license holder's attention, but has not been addressed. Please see the documentation attached to the community impact statement. These inconsistencies with ownership should prohibit licensing. Our concern is if the social equity license holder is truly an owner or merely a figurehead. Furthermore, the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is iconic within our community. It's a place where our community often gathers to protest injustice and seek solace and healing. For example, after the murder of Trayvon Martin and the killing of George Floyd, the community gathered at the Crenshaw and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to protest and comfort one another. Additionally, community activists hold press conferences at this intersection to publicly address concerns within our community. Please assist us in maintaining the legacy of this historic corner by providing information about any grant, funding, or relocation assistance that could be offered to the social equity license holder to facilitate moving. Lastly, I'm concerned that residents in the neighborhood adjacent to Herbarium did not receive notification of today's meeting after it was rescheduled from January 16th. I'd appreciate it if DCR could check to see if proper notification was sent to the neighbors. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
We have another raised hand, and I believe that's from the council district office.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 0619. Please state your name and if you represent the council district office.
Good afternoon. This is Hakeem Park Davis calling on behalf of Councilwoman Heather Hutt. I'm calling to read a letter that she wrote into the record and provide an update to that letter. Dear Cannabis Commission, I, Councilwoman Heather Hutt, am writing to express a strong opposition to granting the permanent annual license for the dispensary located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard on the corner of Martin Luther King and Crenshaw Boulevards. My primary concern is that the location is fundamentally unsuitable for such a business, posing significant risk to the safety, health, and welfare of the public. These risks stem from a series of observations and incidents, as well as community-level context that was regrettably overlooked in the approval of the temporary license. The site's proximity to the recently revoked establishment shuttered due to gang-related activities and illicit cannabis and tobacco sales raises immediate red flags. It is deeply concerning that the temporary license was issued under the circumstances where a nuisance revocation took place, suggesting a disregard for the potential consequences of placing a cannabis dispensary in such a volatile location. The implication of offering an annual license is, in this light, is irresponsible. Instances of illegal signage, questionable security measures, including barbed wire lined rooftops, and the presence of armed guards paints a troubling picture. We believe that these factors create an environment that is not conducive to safe and responsible operation of a cannabis dispensary. Our office has received complaints about people using cannabis on site and on the rooftop, and complaints of mislabeling products in after-hour sales. The location's proximity to John Ames Audubon High School, coupled with the dispensary's budget-friendly pricing, further exacerbates our concerns. It raises the concern of increased exposure and access to cannabis by underage students, and a risk that we cannot afford to take. Additionally, we have received numerous complaints from neighbors regarding negative impacts of the dispensary. They report an increase in loitering, public consumption of cannabis, the presence of cannabis containers littered throughout the community. These issues not only degrade the quality of life for residents, but also contribute to the atmosphere of disorder and potential danger. The parking situation around the premises further compounds our concerns. The presence of approximately 14 parking spots on two sides of the building along with the alley easement connecting to a commercial service alley creates an opportunity for loitering and illicit activity. This configuration is inadequate for the needs of the businesses and its patrons and contributes to the overall unsightliness of the area. I recognize the potential for the equity holder involved in this operation. However, we believe that the current location is simply the wrong place for this business. We urge that the Commission deny the application and for a permanent annual cannabis license at this site and encourage the operator to find a more suitable location, one that does not pose the same risk to public safety and the community's well-being. In conclusion, the approval of the permanent license for the cannabis dispensary would be a mistake. It would signal a disregard for the safety and well-being of our community, and it would set a dangerous precedent for future cannabis licensing decisions. We implore you to prioritize the health and welfare of our residents and deny the application. Should you have any questions, please reach my office at 213-473-7010. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Councilwoman Heather Hutt.
Thank you. That concludes part one of this item number. We are on to part two, which is the department presentation. And at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director for DCR Core Record number 320040. This item has been continued twice previously. It was first continued on August 15th of 2024. It was also continued from December 5th of 2024. So I'm going to do a very brief presentation before I invite the compliance unit up to give you an update on the notice of violation that they had issued in December of last year. For DCR Core Record number 320040, it's associated with Crenshaw Legacy LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamert Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 6, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the procedures in LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001337-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, and that license is valid through June 22nd of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Municipal Code Section 10420. Based on the review of the business entity and the documents submitted, the entity did meet the equity share requirements as required by code. The business is more than 1,500 feet away from the closest school. The code does require them to be at least 700 feet away from the school. Nuisance properties are not considered a sensitive use, and there's nothing that would preclude the department from issuing a license at a location that previously had a nuisance abatement action. To this extent that there's unlicensed commercial cannabis activity associated with a smoke shop or other shop, it was not related to this applicant. However, the applicant has been cited for different compliance related issues, and an NOV was issued last year. And with that, I would like to invite the Compliance and Enforcement Division up to give you an update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. I'm glad to see you're all doing well. I hope that nobody here was affected directly by those fires. I personally saw the aftermath, and my thoughts and prayers do go out to those that were affected in the Palisades. Okay, so with that, there's various things that have happened since this licensee came before you in August 15th. And I just want to give you a very high level, just a chronological summary of what's happened. And then if you have questions, I can answer them rather than getting to the weeds of every single action that we've taken. Again, the licensee came before you back in August 15th. It was continued so that we may conduct a compliance inspection, which we did later that month. In addition to that, on that day, there were several complaints. And so we did open an investigation on the investigation side of the Compliance and Enforcement Division. So just, to explain the structure of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, we do have a supervisor with the analysts and inspectors that go out and do our compliance inspection. I call them my friendly bunch. And then we have our enforcement and investigation section, which is comprised of our special investigators. And those are, maybe not as nice. They really are out there because there's complaints. And so they do surveillance. It's a different type of an investigation. And the investigators are the ones that more often than not issue the notices of violation, suspension, or revocation. So back to at the end of August, we did conduct a compliance inspection, and we went ahead and issued a notice to correct. And there were only 3 deficiencies, which to date have been complied with, and so they have passed the compliance inspection. At the same time, there was an ongoing investigation due to the complaints that basically alleged multiple special events on several dates that were given to us. And so we did request from the licensee video surveillance recordings for specific dates. Those recordings were not provided to the department. And we did issue a notice of violation because we did have evidence, third-party evidence of, special events that occurred on, I believe it was 4 different dates. Well, we had asked for 4 different dates to give us the recordings. We didn't receive it. So we did issue a notice of violation in September of last year. Later, that notice of violation was settled. Part of the settlement agreement that took place is, we asked for 2 separate dates where they were supposed to give us 90 days of recordings from the previous 90 days. So the first deadline was in December. They were supposed to give us 90 days, the 90 days previous, so that, we can confirm that they actually have every single camera working. So the request was from, and I believe it was over 25 camera locations. We wanted 90 days from every single camera, for the previous, again, for the previous 90 days prior to the December deadline. The settlement agreement also requested a second set of recordings that deadline has not come up, which is going to be in March, but that was the second submittal that the licensee is supposed to submit to us. Again, every single camera, 90 days of recordings. The first deadline came and went, and we did not receive the recordings. My staff was continuously requesting for the licensee to drop off those video surveillance recordings. Then at the end of December, we actually got the physical DVR from the location, which is concerning because then the location was left with no recording equipment. Because that was not, they were basically in violation of the settlement that we agreed to. We did issue a second notice of violation at the end of December, on December 23rd. That second NOV is, we're in negotiations. We haven't settled. We're come to any agreement thus far. So as of today, we have yet to review any of the, completely review any of the video recordings, that they, they haven't submitted any. And I am concerned because, when they did pull the equipment and dropped it off, now the next deadline, they're going to be missing a few days, maybe 1 or 2 weeks where they didn't have that equipment there. So, that second deadline is probably not going to be complied with. Okay, I attempted to do a pretty general overview, and I'm sure that you have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. This is President Mason. So let's talk about this whole DCR that you guys received as a Christmas gift. Were you able to obtain any recordings from that DCR?
No.
Okay. And where is the DCR now?
It's back with the licensee.
Is it back operational with the licensee or just back in the possession of the licensee?
What I can tell you is that on December 3rd, the compliance section, because they did have the 3 deficiencies that the compliance section cited. One of them was that they didn't have video surveillance recordings for 90 days. It was 45 days. So they needed to reset it, reset the settings so that it's, instead of 45 days, it was 90 days. The compliance analyst did check on December 3rd and, checked back to a point 90 days prior to that date and was able to confirm that they did have that. So that's only to close the loop on the compliance inspection and why we passed it. I would ask the licensee if their equipment, we have not verified if the equipment is operational yet. We're like I said, we're in negotiations for the second NOV that we issued. But I can tell you that if we do settle the second NOV, again, the department would request evidence that all, I believe it's 27 cameras, that all cameras are functioning, and we would request 24 hours for all 27 cameras for the previous 90 days.
Thank you.
So there's Commissioner Lim.
I'm sorry, it's 26 cameras.
So as of December 3rd, we were able to confirm that they had 90 days of recording.
Yes, it was signed off by our compliance section. Yes.
And so for you to get these videos, pretty easy step if they did in fact they were in compliance and these were operational, correct? To turn it over to you.
I will say, it's a lot of data, so we provided the ability to upload it through the cloud. We have hard drives. I don't know that it's easy. It's time consuming, but it is. It is.
Right. Basically, it's up in the cloud.
Yes, I'm trying to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt.
So, and so they didn't give it to you in a settlement agreement when they violated it and didn't turn it over. They promised to turn it over, and they didn't turn it over when it's just a matter of uploading it from the cloud. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Farnby, for clarification, this came before this body on August 15th, and then again, it was continued on December 5th. Is that correct?
Yes.
To date, can you describe to us the current status of the settlement that you have, or any like thereof?
It's pending,
Pending?
pending. Yeah, we haven't come to any terms.
Is there, what are we waiting for? Can you describe, like, what is the?
I need to discuss the terms with our in-house attorney. Yeah.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Lim. Is it fair to say that the status right now is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I see it is that they were in breach of the first settlement,
Yes.
and now we're considering whether we're going to allow them to fix that, when the mere step is to upload from the cloud and give over to us the 90 days of video.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Farmy. That's the outstanding piece that we're waiting on in order to reach the settlement? That's the
Well,
piece.
the settlement, if we reach one, I would say at least, and I don't want to, because I haven't seen any proposals yet. Our attorney has been working with their attorney. And that's usually how, we go about these settlements. Then I review them. I would at minimum request again that I be provided the 90 days to make sure that they're operational. So whatever they didn't comply in the first settlement, as far as, the cost or, any payment plan, because with every NOV, there is a fine. So, I'm not sure that that we will reduce that fine since it's the second time.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So the 4 days or the 3 events that they might have had, the 3 or 4, would have been prior to August 15th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the 90 days that we're looking for would be the days prior to August the 15th? Is that what
No,
we're
so that ship has sailed, for lack of a better word. We were not going to be able to get, because those dates where we wanted to confirm the events, but we did have enough evidence to cite them on an NOV because we had the social media. I mean, we had the video to cite them on specific dates that they were holding. The reason we asked for specific dates is because of the complaints, right? That there were complaints that there were special events happening that happened on specific dates. And so we asked for those dates and a few other dates just to confirm, what was going on in the space. But when we issued the order to, when we issued the notice of violation, we cited them for the events and for the fact that they didn't comply with the request to submit the recordings. So they were cited, for the special events that we were able to confirm, plus the fact that they didn't give us the recordings that we had asked for. And then, of course, we settled, and then again, they did not submit the recordings that were requested through the settlement.
This is Commissioner Lim. Did the applicant pay the fine for the first NOV?
I believe that, yes, they did pay. So there were 2 payments. The first one was due December 16th, and that has been collected.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for Ms. Riles? Thank you. Stay close. At this time, we will hear from the applicant. I have a speaker card from Mr. Lanier. And first name is Jonathan. Thank you.
You want me to speak first? I don't know.
Please state your name for the record. You two will get to split 10 minutes.
Do all 3 of us get to split the time?
I'm gonna be
I
short.
don't have a speaker card for a third person. I only have 2 speaker cards.
You emailed it? You emailed it in or something? Hi,
Sir, you have 10 minutes.
good
Bye.
evening. Okay, good evening, esteemed board members. On October 7th, I emailed an apology to Gina Fields and the commission. I have been talking with a Johnny Raines, who's on the ECHO board, and he also is on other boards, and he's been guiding me. The last time I was here, Ms. Mason looked at me and said, I need some better counsel. And that's what I did. I reached out to more of the esteemed elders of Crenshaw and sought their advice and sought some things that that I needed to do to represent the responsibility that was given to me. So I just have the apology is in the presentation, but I have something else that I'm gonna just say. Good evening, esteemed board members. Stand before you today as a man who has fought for every opportunity, as someone who knows firsthand what it means to start with nothing, and as living proof of why social equity matters. I was born into struggle, raised into foster care, shuffled between homes, growing up without stability, without guidance, and often without hope. I know what it means to feel invisible, to believe the world has already decided your future before you even have a chance to shape it. I know what it's like to wake up on Skid Row, surrounded by people society has forgotten, people like my mother, who I still take care of. She's the reason I named my nonprofit Between 5th and 6th. It's more than just a name, it's about forgiveness and a promise. Commitment to uplifting the very people I come from, the ones who've been counted out and left behind. Since 2019, I've dedicated my life to making sure they are not forgotten. I've worked to create jobs, mentor those who walk the same hard roads I have, and build a path where none existed for me. This business is not just about me. It's about showing that resilience, redemption, and responsibility are real. It's about proving that your past does not define you, your actions do. I know that in this process, my passion may have sometimes been misread as defiance, but that passion comes from survival, from fighting for everything I have. And I've learned that leadership just isn't about fighting. It's about listening, adapting, showing up in the right way. I have done that to the best of my ability. I've attended almost every community meeting other than from illness. I have listened. I've taken every necessary step to comply with regulations, not because I have to, but because I want to. Because I believe in doing this the right way, because I'm committed to being an example of what social equity success should look like. The violations that were found were never about neglect. They were learning moments, and I've taken immediate action to correct them because I respect this process and I respect the responsibility that comes with this license. I'm not standing here just asking for an opportunity. I'm asking for the chance to continue proving that when you invest in people like me, people who come from hardship, refuse to let it define them, you are investing in something real, something lasting, something that will uplift not just me, but an entire community of people who have been overlooked for too long. It's bigger than me. It's for my mom. It's for the people between 5th and 6th. This is for Crenshaw. It's for the people who look like me and come from struggle, like all of us. I know I'm just gonna go off the paper a little bit. It's been a lot of things done and said, and I had a whole lot of time, a little bit of time to do it, to just really understand why I changed the name of my shop. It wasn't just about, oh, we have to do this or we have to do that. Through my elders, through my leadership, I changed the name because what I was is not what I am. So yeah, I'm not a trapper, no longer. I've been through hell, I've been through everything. And with that, I understand not just opportunity, but the responsibility I have to carry on the traditions that corner truly stands for. So I have to say that.
Folks, if we can just get an idea of how much time we have left to speak, so I can yield some to my colleague here.
It's on there, but it's 5 in front of you.
Perfect. Thank you kindly.
5 minutes, 32 seconds.
Thank you very much. Here to speak on behalf of Lorenz Lanier. So, Jonathan Dolgan from Fox Rothschild. So I met Lorenz Lanier through our partnership with the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association. We provide pro bono and low bono legal services to social equity applicants who can't afford it. Should probably connect with you after to get a sense of how we can connect with DCR to do that as well. So I met Lorenz 3 years ago. Again, he was a social equity applicant negotiating with his investor. And, throughout the process, I really learned why, I got into this work with the pro bono services to begin with. And it is seeing somebody like Lorenz with his story, with his background, really come up and want to do something for himself, make a better place for himself, make a better place for his community. And I've seen him go through this process, and I've seen, the comments that have been made against him and against Herbarium that's on that corner. And I listened to some of the remarks today. And, honestly, if anybody really here deserves a license, it's Lorenz. And I just want to quickly address some of the comments that were made. Specifically with respect to EQUA, they made the argument that Lorenz's name isn't, on the Secretary of State website, and that the address associated with Crenshaw Legacy LLC is not, where the physical location is. So the Secretary of State website only actually requires you to list the manager on the Secretary of State website, which is why D. Mary is the one who's listed there. It doesn't require you to list all of the owners. In fact, it doesn't require you to list any of the owners. And LLCs are very commonly associated with a different mailing address than the business address. So I found that argument to be a little bit invalid with respect to that. Another argument that was raised is that the neighborhoods potentially were not notified today of this meeting that occurred here today. I think we saw several members from the community actually come out and speak, which would be evidence to the contrary. Another one is that, it shouldn't be set on the historical corner of Crenshaw and Martin Luther King. I would actually make the exact opposite argument, which is that the whole point of the social equity program is to give disadvantaged people, social equity applicants who have been negatively affected by the war on drugs, an opportunity to come back in the community. And with respect to that, I actually don't think that there's anything more symbolic of that than having this dispensary on Crenshaw, right? The cannabis business is a multi-billion-dollar business. And if we're going to just restrict where it goes and which corners it goes on from people like Lorenz, then I think it actually creates a huge disadvantage for them. Another argument was made here that it's at a volatile location that was previously part of a nuisance request. I found that to be also invalid, as the DCR member over here kind of, correctly pointed out, which is that it has nothing to do with Crenshaw Legacy, and no crime or gang affiliation has ever been affiliated with that site. Another colleague had raised the point that underage students may be, at risk of going and buying things from the dispensary. That's the whole point of having security there, right? They made the argument there's so much security there, it creates this, negative notion. Quite the opposite. I think you heard, neighborhood people come up here today and say that they feel safe there. It's clean, it adds business, it adds to the economy. And, for all those reasons and more, I just think that this place deserves its license, right? It's come from the bottom. He's made it all the way here in front of you. It's clearly, a humble individual. This dispensary matters to the community and, the individuals that are there. And again, I think that if you don't want to put it there because you think that it's a socioeconomic issue, or that it's in a, potentially a volatile area, then by that metric, you wouldn't put it anywhere in South Central, and you wouldn't put it anywhere in Crenshaw because you have that concern. So again, I think those arguments are invalid. I'll yield the rest of my time to my colleague, but I think that he deserves his application and his license. Thank you very much.
Before you continue, is someone going to present the slideshow?
We only have 2 minutes.
That's enough. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Steve Baghumian. I represent Crenshaw Legacy. And not to be argumentative with Ms. Wiles, I think there were a couple of technical, we have some differing opinion on some of the technical issues. So I just want to run this commission through the violations and where we're at now. So on September 24th, the DCR issued a notice of violation alleging 7 violations of the LA Municipal Code. Let's break them up into buckets. 1 was surveillance, 4 were events, 1 were outdoor speakers, and 1 related to loitering. They attempted to fix the surveillance apparatus immediately. They expended about $15,000 within the week to fix that. Crenshaw Legacy prohibited all future events at the premises, and they've stuck with their promise. The outdoor speakers were non-operational, but they removed those anyways, and they addressed loitering through increased security sweeps. On December 2nd, there was a stipulated agreement between the licensee and DCR. There was a $30,000 fine broken up into 2 payments. The licensee made the first payment ahead of schedule. On November 13th, the DCR issued a notice to correct. one regarding surveillance, one regarding a code of conduct, and one regarding failure to post an alarm certificate. The alarm certificate was immediately posted, the code of conduct was posted, and the licensee again continued to address the surveillance. On December 23rd, a notice of violation was issued solely around surveillance. Licensee paid a contractor $45,000 to address the surveillance. To the surveillance issue, this has been, unfortunately, a technical issue. They've expended all the money they can to fix this. Going back to the first time, after the matter was settled on December 2nd, on December 3rd, the DCR emailed the licensee indicating that they'd received the physical DVRs. It's just that there was a 2-week lapse in the recording from November 8th to November 21st.
President Mason, their 10 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. If this weren't the third time this matter was before us, I grant you more time, but because it is the third time.
I understand.
Yes. So, at this time, we will move into questions for the applicant from the commission. Mr. Lanier, all three of you, I need you to approach. As I stated, it is the third time, and there are a number of concerns with respect to failure to comply with in a contractual agreement that was willingly entered into. And then the other concern has to do with disabling your surveillance system, which is legally required, and presenting the DVR or the DCR, the recording device, to the department, leaving your premises without any surveillance equipment, which again is another breach of the municipal code. So first, my question for you is, did you consult with counsel before you made that move? That was for him, Mr. Lanier.
After the events of August, I tried to ask 5 people stuff, from my lawyers, company lawyer, to the management team who's in charge of making sure, because I don't have all the experience I would like to have. And it was told to me that everything was gonna be okay. Now, if I lean on folks who are supposed to have more experience than me, and who, that's what their job is, like my management company, it's hard for me to try to shift blame, as we say, because that's just not how I got this far. We get this far with responsibility and accountability. So, when I talked and I asked these questions, they told me that everything was good, and that, we dealing with some technical problems, and, if I could just say, "Hey Siri," every time, and it worked every time, I would be super blessed, and I probably wouldn't be lost so many times because of GPS.
Okay.
But,
That doesn't speak to my question. So before I let either of you go, walk me through what led you to, or whomever represented you, to turn over your DVR to the department.
I feel like when you say, and whoever,
Well, I don't know if you, because it's not clear the chain of custody from your location to the department. So I can't assume it was you who turned it in or someone you delegated that to. So that's why I say whomever, whoever the courier was.
I delegate those things to my management team. I show with like one of my lawyers who represents the company to speak for me. So everything is really, really clear. If there's anything that I learned in August, is that I'm not an attorney and I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, if I can just add additional color here. This isn't for me to, speak on behalf of Lorenz and
I'll
represent.
need your name for the record.
Yeah, Jonathan Dolgan here, Fox
Thank you.
Rothschild. So, again, this is a social equity applicant company where he is a 51% owner. and has, some management roles, but there's also a management company that's, in charge of things like surveillance, payroll, things like that. So the cameras in the chain of custody would have gone from that management company over to the DCR. Now there is written correspondence, right, between, Crenshaw Legacy and the DCR, where we inform them that, we can't get these uploaded to a cloud server, and asking them how they want to handle that. So they say, you can drop off physical copies to us. You can drop off the DVR set to us, right? Now, obviously there's a camera issue there. Is it, short-sighted to say like, okay, well, if you bring X, then like, how are you going to be able to record Y? Yeah, that's a valid point. And yeah, there's clearly going to be another settlement that has to be made for, the other gap there, right? And frankly speaking, Lorenz was not involved necessarily in that transporting, and that timing and the uploading of the cameras. So that's kind of why I feel like it's a little unfair to ask him, that question and expect him to be able to answer it. But I mean, that's the reality of the situation. There's a technical issue with the cameras there. We're going to have to pay for it, right? And like, that's the reality here. We entered into the previous settlement. We made those payments. We're going to have to enter into another one, and we're going to have to pay for it. But again, throughout this entire process, there's been remediation request after remediation request after remediation request. And, we've gone after and tried to hit all of them, right? And like, again, Lorenzo said it, the entity's not perfect. We're not perfect, but there's clearly a show of good faith here throughout this entire process to do what's right and to remediate any past issues. So that's just to give you a little bit of additional context of the cameras, because like I said, you were asking him a question he just doesn't know the answer to.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm certainly not going to step on the toes of DCR's attorneys and argue whether or not good faith exists in his efforts. But what I will say is that what's been presented is a repeated disregard for the municipal code of the city of Los Angeles with respect to owning and operating a cannabis dispensary. I disagree that it is unfair to ask him certain questions because it's his business, it's his name, it's his livelihood. So to a certain degree, I do expect him to know what's going on under his roof. I really do. You say that it was the management company who delivered the DVR to the department. Are you still in business with the same management company?
As you know, or well, I don't know if you know, I'm just learning a lot of things. In order for me to do that, it takes a few things.
You haven't dissolved, basically.
I
You
can't.
haven't had the
It
time.
I gotta sue him.
I understand.
I mean,
Okay.
come on, like
Okay.
you got break even, it's a business, 37% taxes and everything else. I got a couple of brands. I share with Black folks. I don't have any, I'm really being persecuted from the past. They keep talking about how bad the corner was and everything been beautiful since I've been there. Because consequently, whether we want to admit it or not, the antithesis to crime is well-lit buildings, cameras, and security, which smoke shops and those type of folks normally don't have. So I'm sorry for the imperfections. I wish that going into this situation, the DCR could have started training me way back in 2020 about how to correctly run a business. It's been a fly-by-night situation. Man, I ain't lost 40 pounds dealing with this. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, as far as a commitment to change and transformation, I can't speak on that enough. As far as hope and resilience and everything that social equity literally stands for, I hit all three boxes. I went to jail, I was poor, I was affected by drugs, and I was in the right zip code. If there was 5 boxes, I'd have checked all of them too. I've been severely affected. I come from foster homes. My mother's an addict. My father was too. My mom lost me twice. I still go to Skid Row and take care of my mama. Don't nobody be mad that due to things beyond her circumstances that she's in the position? No. And I feed the whole block now. Make sure my mama okay. Feed about 3 blocks over there. Just to make sure she's okay. So I'm sorry if I'm not perfect. It is my business, but I do entrust folks to help me run it correctly because I understand that this is a lot.
Thank you. I'm going to yield my questioning to the remaining commissioners because I know they have questions.
This is Commissioner Lim. From here, I see this not as a willful disregard for following the compliance. I see this as a misrepresentation to the department. The inspection took place on August 28th. Within a couple of months, you sent proof that the video camera did in fact record 90 days worth of recording. However, when we went to seek those 90 days, you made an admission that you don't have those 90 days when in the report you guys said that you guys are in full compliance. So to me, I see this as a misrepresentation to the department to pass the inspection. And correct me if, please tell me why I'm wrong.
Commissioner, there was.
Because I'm impressed by the fact that you have all these people come here and support you. I'm impressed by the fact that you have a petition here with numerous people signing off on it. I'm impressed that he paid the fine and did everything that's possible. It is a great story, and I love the story, but that's something that's really bothering me. So tell me why I'm wrong.
I understand, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. This wasn't an intentional omission. This wasn't willful. This was really just a technology breakdown. There was a 2-week span from November 8th, less than a 2-week span from November 8th to 21 where the equipment failed. The licensee turned over everything it had. There's no allegation by the DCR that this was intentional or it was willful. The licensee tried to cooperate and continues to try to cooperate. As I mentioned, they just spent $45,000 redoing their surveillance apparatus. Unfortunately, technology happens. And if I could fix it for them every time, I would. But yeah.
This Commissioner, the $45,000, was that spent after you realized there was a problem?
After they realized, well, I mean, that's what's been spent in aggregate, but I believe a bulk of it was spent after this December 23rd notice of violation.
Okay, so when you fixed it the first time and sent something over to the department to show that you did in fact have 90 days worth, you're saying that then there was a technical glitch and you had to spend more money to get that fixed?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I understand it.
Yeah, it's technology, sir. That's
This is Vice President Nash. Is there anything currently preventing you from providing the department with the last 90 days of recordings?
If
you guys can log in, then no. Because we can't download them. Sorry.
Subject to any technical limitations, the answer is yes. Although it might be a more complicated process than just uploading it. So there's 27 cameras running continuously. That is terabyte upon terabyte of data. It's not exactly flip a switch and the data goes up. But licensee will do everything in its power to fully cooperate, and we believe there's 90 days, yes.
Mr. Vice President Nash, I'm not sure why you're having so many technical difficulties. Every other applicant that we have before us, eventually when we request 90 days worth of video, we get 90 days worth of video. For some reason, that appears to be a problem. And coincidentally, your business has had a history of having special events, which are a violation of the regulations and are a reason in and of itself that your license can be denied. Now, one of the reasons the department requests 90 days worth of video is to determine if you've had any additional special events. And without a solid 90 days of the material that we requested, we can't determine that. And I've seen some emails here where Mr. Lanier, and this is dated July 3rd, 2024, from Lawrence Lanier to Gina Fields about music. And as of July 3rd, 2024, Mr. Lanier was still saying that he could play music as long as he doesn't have a DJ. And I'll ask Mr. Lanier, are you aware of the prohibition of amplified music?
Well, I'll be honest with you, in July, I might not have been, but I ripped the cameras the speakers that don't even work outside so that we wouldn't get no confusion. There's absolutely zero tolerance on events on Crenshaw and King. I have a vendor who seems to want to sell his Super Bowl shirts on the corner every weekend. And even though I don't own the sidewalk, I know that the community doesn't like that. So now I have to call my community liaison police officer and try to gently remove somebody and try to explain to them that we just want to do things the right way. And if you do it the right way, we don't have a problem, but the community has an issue, and you can come to the meetings with me and explain yourself to them. But as of right now, I can't have you there. I almost, it looked like he was gonna punch me, but I mean, hey, man, God bless. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's that right there. We not tripping off of that. I got a full understanding on that. Since those events, I've been going to the classes. I've been learning compliance to make sure that, double and triple to make sure that those type of mistakes don't happen no more. There's no more events. I'm a HVAC journeyman, local 250. So I know how to do my meter and stuff like that. The problems we're having, faulty wiring. The building comes from 1940 or something like that. I got to go through and rewire and balance my amperages. And oh my God, like it's so much stuff to do to make sure that the electrical wiring is okay. So we don't have these power glitches and all this stuff. I cannot, I just go back to the water boy when the lady said, technology is the devil. Because it seems like whenever I wanted to work, it never worked when I wanted to. And that's pretty much all I got to say. I appreciate you though. I really do.
And Vice President Nash, I just call your attention to Mr. Lanier's email from October 7th, a few months after the initial email. And I mean, you could just read the contrition laced through the email. He does understand. And, it's a growing process for all of us, both, personally, from a technological standpoint, from a compliance standpoint. The company's made leaps since July or since the first hearing and frankly, for its existence. So we just ask that you consider that second email as well.
It's Mr. Farmby. I have just a comment and a question. For first, I want to appreciate and lift up and acknowledge your story. I remember August 15th and December 5th. I remember the times when you came before us, and I just want to honestly say that I do appreciate the perseverance, your story, and everything that you've done to get to where you are. So I just want to say that just for the record. But I do have just one question and one question only. Do you agree that as a requirement to maintain a business, that is your responsibility to know, understand, be proactive, take steps, any actions, expectations of what is required to maintain or start that business, and everything of all of the responsibilities that comes along with that in order to keep the business, right? And I'm only asking you that question for one reason, right? Is what I've been hearing, what's landing on me is when something comes up, there's a response, but the response doesn't deliver a resolution in every single case. I'm not saying in some cases, but in some cases they don't. So that's my question, right? And I'm only asking that. I think it's a fair question, right? As you're standing here before us, do you agree or not agree with that sentiment regarding your efforts to start and maintain the business in this industry?
I think two things can be true. I think that my intentions are well. I just don't think I have enough money to make every decision to do it like I want to do it to the best of my ability. That's the honest truth. If I could have spent, my own personal money and 100,000 and made sure I got the folks in there to do it right, then I would have. I don't. I have. it's such a complicated situation to understand social equity, to understand where we come from and what we have to battle to get here, and then say, you ain't got no money, you ain't got no help, you better make do like you been making do. And that just doesn't work here. Just as a business person, that just doesn't work. For me, and I'll keep this to an I statement, I've done everything within my means to make sure I'm the correct example that's needed, not only for social equity, but for being a Black-owned business on Crenshaw and King. One of the few in the last 20 years, 30 years that even lasted over a year. I hope I answered that to the best of my ability with as much truthfulness as possible.
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Farnby. I'm going to give you a less charismatic, but maybe more technical answer. So there was an allegation of events. There were events. That's never going to happen again. And it hasn't happened since. There was a question of the outdoor speakers. Those are removed. There was a question of loitering. Hasn't happened since. Company's done everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen again. There was the code of conduct and the posting of the alarm certificate. They had the certificate. It wasn't posted. Those were immediately cleared up. So everything that's happened, every allegation has been immediately addressed. The issue has been a technical issue, albeit it's the company's responsibility to make sure that surveillance apparatus works correctly. They've invested so much time and money. The company's done everything it can to comply with the request. And it's just been this technology issue that keeps coming back. And the hope is that, the $45,000 is enough to fix this, at least for the foreseeable future. But no one can look at this business and say they haven't tried their best to comply every time that there's been any kind of allegation towards it. So you're absolutely correct. The business needs to be run properly and compliantly. Yes, sir.
If I may, President, it's Commissioner Farnby. I hear the response. Didn't fully answer my question, but that's okay. Here we are. We're still here. This is the third time that you're before us, and no, at least from what I'm hearing, no resolution. I, speaking personally as someone on this as a part of this body, heard you regarding you addressing several of the issues that have come up, and I don't doubt you. I've been in the three meetings, the third meeting, but we're still here and we're still talking about a situation of non-compliance. Are we not? I think that's why we're here. So that's why I asked the question, and that's the only question that I have. While I did hear a response, it did not completely answer my question regarding the expectation of being able to maintain what is required to run the business, right? So I heard some aspects of it, but it didn't quite get to answering my question.
Maybe I could take this, Commissioner Harvey. So not a politician. So the short answer is, of course. The answer is yes. Of course, it's the business's obligation to stay in compliance and to take all remediation effects immediately. The answer is yes, right? And any answer to contrary isn't somebody that should have a license, right? At the same time, I think everybody here recognizes that there's imperfections and there's things that happen, but at no point does that ever stray away from this is your obligation and this is your responsibility. And when you fall short of that responsibility, there are consequences, right? We're dealing with a weird, time period here because we're talking about a period from like August to February, right? We're in the beginning of February now, and the gap that we're talking about is in the beginning of November. So you have 90 days on the front end that you can't provide, and you have 90 days on the back end that you can't provide because we're talking about this middle period here. So yeah, again, the short answer is yes. It's clearly not in compliance right now. It's clearly going to have to face, other fines, which it's going to have to pay for, right? But there's no straying away from this idea that like this is our responsibility and this is the company's responsibility and it's our roof over our heads and we have to know what's going on. And when something falters, you get fined or you get penalized for it, and you have to take the onus and you have to take, like Loren said, got to take the responsibility for that. So that's the answer there. And have been, right? I stand here beside Lorenz. I'm always here. I'm always, responding to him. He really does and goes above and beyond to try to get it and try to make it right. And this is a difficult thing to go through for whatever reason. And I've asked the same question you were probably asking yourself, which is how hard is it to get 27 cameras up and running, right? But then you see other things that happen around the world and you're like, oh, like how is it so hard to make that happen? Why did this small thing happen? And sometimes it's just technology faltered. Something like that's just the answer. It doesn't mean that somebody had bad intentions. It doesn't mean that somebody was doing wrong. It doesn't mean that there was, illegal sales going out of the back or there was music bumping in the front. It just means that this is faltering, and guess what? We have to pay for it. Doesn't shift our responsibility, but we got to pay for it. But everything else, it's been within our power. We've remediated. Like you guys said, it's the third time being here. I'm sure you guys are sick of, seeing the people come up here and give the story and give what's going forward. But, we all, and Lorenz and everybody that's involved with this company is absolutely committed to being responsible, fixing any issues as they arise, and being responsible for the consequences of any failure to do that.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner. What's your name again?
I'm Jonathan Dolgan from Fox Rothschild.
I have a question for you, Jonathan.
Please.
So, did you advise the applicant on anything on the management company, changing management company, or anything that's happening with the management company?
If the question is with respect to directly to anything that has to do with the video cameras, the answer is no. If it has to deal with the management company, the frank answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. If I could, I would in a heartbeat.
We are now on to deliberations. You can have a seat. We're now on to deliberations. Don't everybody go at
I
once.
have sorry. This Commissioner Farmby. So coming out of the report from the department, from what I'm reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's saying here there's nothing that prevents a license being granted. That's what I'm seeing here, right? But we heard from compliance around the ongoing discussions regarding the violations and the communication back and forth, settlement, pending status, and all of that. So I'm a little confused on that regarding the requirement and expectations of the licenses itself versus the compliance aspect of it. Right. So that's a push and pull for me, just being quite honest. The other thing that I'm kind of going back and forth around is that I think it's very clear that from these hearings, the 3 that have taken place so far, that there's been some citations, there's been some attempts to resolve those citations, but yet and still we're here, right, with a pending status around the licenses. So, and to me, I don't know if it's, speaking personally, if it's a disregard for what's expected or kind of like what you was describing, Commissioner Lim. But either way, the point that I'm making is this is the third hearing regarding what is described as a technology piece. We have had several applicants that have come before us to kind of has the same expectations around meeting the requirements, and folks have kind of delivered on that. So that's kind of like what's happening, at least in my opinion, my assessment of what I'm seeing coming out of the third meeting regarding the granting of this license.
This is Commissioner Lim. The applicant did an amazing job in today's presentation of having the community rally, getting the petition, putting together a really good story. Excellent presentation. However, as part of this presentation, there was a pending violation of a settlement agreement, a breach of a settlement agreement. And that wasn't addressed until I asked the question. We don't have documents to show there was a technical glitch, that they spent $20,000-$30,000 to fix that glitch, and giving an explanation as to why they dropped off the VCR instead of doing this through the cloud. If that was addressed as part of their preparation for today's hearing, I would get it, but that's the biggest issue. Everything else, I agree, the Secretary of State, that's not an issue. The location, that's not an issue. The only issue is we have a breach of a settlement agreement. And we're going to, I don't know how we could, as a commission, agree to give a license when they're in breach of a settlement agreement. And I do appreciate the fact that they pay the fee. I do appreciate the fact he's trying. He's not, unlike other applicants where I denied it, he's not telling us a lie. He's not trying to pull a fast one over us. But there's still knowing that this is going to come to us and a breach of a settlement agreement, I can in good faith agree to give them a license.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mrs. Vice President Nash, I tend to agree with Commissioner Lim. They've been given multiple opportunities to provide 90 days worth of video camera footage and just flatly have not complied. I don't know why this is the only dispensary in Los Angeles that, even though they spent $45,000, they can't seem to do exactly what that footage is supposed to be. It's supposed to be recorded for 90 days and it's supposed to be delivered to the commission or anybody, or I mean the department, or anybody the department requests. And that just hasn't been done. And there's a history of holding special events. So I too would be inclined to deny.
This is Commissioner Melendez. When you get into business and you struggle. I mean, I've been a businessman myself. I'm a minority. You have to really look at what you're doing, and you have to have responsibility. You have to pay. You have to be responsible. And you have to navigate and communicate. And I think he did do that. I think we started August the 15th, and we gave him some room to be able to maneuver to talk to a lot of the opposition that they had when we were here. And apparently it blossomed. Good things came out of it. Then we got here December 5th. December 5th, we had to extend again. So there was more room for growth. And I believe that happened again. But then you have the hard facts that Commissioner Lim's talking about. And then you run into walls again, and so the growth is undercut again by just action and inaction. And that's just difficult. It's kind of a difficult situation when you're dealing with a business that's dispensing cannabis to the community. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, commissioners. This is a lot. And trying to figure out how to word this, because I see a pattern of behavior being established here where there is a breach of an agreement, so we'll just pay for it. And so there's another notice of violation. Oh, we'll just pay for it. And we see a lot of that in this city, in the development sector, where developers with deep pockets would rather pay the fine than respect the community, pay the fine rather than obey the rules and regulations, pay the fine to get on about doing business. And it is difficult for me to sign off on that pattern of behavior when the expectation should be more. To Commissioner Farmby's point, to Commissioner Lim's point, we are here. We are here, whether it's a breach, we are here, whether it's a misrepresentation, we are here, whether it's ignorance of the law. We have heard that ignorance of the law is no excuse. And I want the social equity model to work. So that makes it really difficult to say no. But again, we are here, and this is our third time being here, and I don't want to be here a fourth time. To whether or not that corner is iconic, whether or not that corner is historic, I will again repeat the ethos in South Los Angeles that is born of a movement in the 1990s to rid the community of nuisance liquor stores, and for those liquor stores not to be replaced by other nuisance businesses. Not saying his business is a nuisance, but there is a history of nuisance type behavior on that corner. And so I do understand the argument raised by Councilmember Hutt as well. What I have not heard in response to Councilmember Hutt's concern, and maybe this has been addressed and maybe it hasn't, is a plan to engage in nuisance abatement, nuisance reduction, and nuisance prevention, other than him asking the vendor unassociated with his business to not sell his merchandise on that corner. What's been demonstrated is a willingness to do better. And we've seen Mr. Lanier demonstrate increased wisdom each and every time he's been before us. Unfortunately, to Commissioner Lim's point, we have an unresolved breach. And this commission cannot in good faith say yes to a licensee with that on the table. And so that's where I stand. Having said that, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 10, DCR core record number 320040 for business located 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard, I make a motion to deny the application.
Is there a second?
Commissioners, if I may interject for a moment respectfully, this is Patrick Hagan, Deputy City Attorney. If a denial is to be made, I would. That's exactly right, President Mason.
Yes. You have to cite a specific motion, a specific section of the municipal code to support your recommendation for denial, your motion.
This is Vice President Nash. Will you withdraw your motion?
Yes, this is Commissioner Lim. I withdraw my motion.
This is Vice President Nash. With regard to item number 10, DCR core record number 320040 for the applicant Crenshaw Legacy LLC, the business located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard. I move to deny the application based on the provisions of LA Municipal Code Section 104.04A4. It's the failure to provide the DCR with requested information, including 90 days of videotape, and also based on LAMC 104.04A7, the failure to adhere to the rules and regulations of the Department of Cannabis Regulation.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
The time is 4:50. My apologies to the remaining applicants in the room, but we need to recess. And we will be back at 5:20. Thank you for your patience.
Good, so I don't have to write anything else. Like, did I miss?
We may resume.
Okay, the time is 5:25 and we are resuming. I am taking item 14 out of order. Item 14 is DCR core record number 320013. The applicant is KJA Granada Hills LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 10721 North Lindley Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Marissa Candelaria. I will present item number 14. DCR core record number 320013 is associated with KJA Granada Hills LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 10721 North Lindley Avenue in the Granada Hills Knollwood Community Plan area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 6, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001318-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 5th, 2025. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with the location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief for the Compliance and Enforcement Division. This location, staff conducted a compliance inspection on August 26th, and we issued a notice to correct on October 16th. As of today, they have passed the compliance inspections. We originally cited them for 6 deficiencies, none of which included anything to do with the video surveillance recordings. And I'm mentioning that because we did have a complaint, and just for the sake of transparency, there was a complaint on this case in April. I will say that we have reached a settlement and they are in fact compliant with the settlement. So again, there was a notice of violation that was issued actually in July, and it did have to do with special events. That was the complaint that was submitted to the department from one of the council offices. My staff did request, they had numerous requests for video surveillance recordings, which were not provided. Therefore, after, I believe, 3 attempts at getting an additional extension of time, that's when we issued the notice of violation. As I mentioned, we did settle, and they are compliant with the terms of that settlement. They have made the payments. The dates for the events that were that the complaint was about was in January and April of 2024. Let's see. Yeah, April 2024. And as I mentioned, as of right now, they are in compliance with the with our inspection requirements, and they are in compliance with the terms of the settlement.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for compliance?
This is Vice President Nash. When was the last inspection? Compliance inspection?
The inspection was conducted on August 26th of last year.
And have all the deficiencies been corrected?
Yes, Commissioner, all 6.
And tell me about the request for the video and what happened in connection with that request.
As I mentioned, the complaint came to us in early April. We sent an email requesting the video surveillance for specific dates. On 4/18, we requested it. We gave them a deadline of April 26th. We didn't obtain the dates, and any of the recordings that we had requested. We again sent an additional request at the beginning of May with a deadline of May 10th. And they did submit some of the recordings, but per my investigator's notes, there was nothing of substance. The videos were incorrectly labeled, and they gave us video surveillance of a broom closet. It wasn't anything that we could, where we could actually identify, some of the special events that had taken place there. We gave them an extension of time in mid-May. And again, we didn't receive, per my investigator, we didn't receive any substantive footage that we could review. So the last deadline that we had given them was May 20th. We didn't receive anything, so in July, we went ahead and just issued the notice of violation with a grand total of, I believe, a little bit under, it was over 196,000. We have settled for nearly half of that. So, and they have made their first payment. The difference between this one and, well, referring to the last case you heard, they do have the video surveillance equipment is in working condition, and they do have it. They just didn't comply with the dates that we had asked for.
Did they ever give a reason why they didn't do it?
I don't have those reasons in front of me. I just know that they didn't submit what we requested.
This is Commissioner Lim. In terms of the settlement, besides paying approximately half of the almost $200,000 in penalties, what was the other terms of the settlement?
Well, they basically acknowledge that the NOV is correct. So they acknowledge the wrongdoing. They did withdraw the appeal. So, this matter is not going before an administrative officer. They basically said, yes, we are contrite. You were right. We did wrong. And besides that, we gave them a payment plan so that they could, so that it wouldn't be, the payments are not over $9,000. They're a little bit under $8,000 divided in quarters for over 12 payments.
And how much have they, this Commissioner Lim, how much have they paid so far?
There's only one payment that's due. The next payment is due in April.
And if they don't make a payment under settlement agreement, what happens?
Then we will invoice them for the full amount of the negotiated amount.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, commissioners? At this time, we will hear from the applicant.
I believe the applicant's representative might be on the virtual meeting. Caller with phone number ending in 0440. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's Lisa Seelan. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. I do represent KJA, which is a social equity applicant.
Hey, you have
And
10
they
minutes.
Thank you so much. They have been open and operating since, I believe, the beginning of 2024. And they did have an event that was a car show in their parking lot, which was a way of trying to introduce, I think the neighborhood council was there at the time, and they were trying to, or excuse me, I take that back. I think the Chamber of Commerce for the area of Granada Hills was there. They were trying to introduce their business to the community, not being aware that there are violations for having events, which is a big problem for a lot of these businesses because it's very hard for them to get business into the legal shops, and they are trying to create ways other than, discounting things and stuff to keep their businesses. So when they did get the request for the video surveillance, which has all been corrected, as Rocky told you, there were issues with their VCR playback. Then when they went back, they didn't have the full 90 days, which they again have corrected. They have full 90 days now. And because they were a fairly new business and the manager at the store was not 100% sure of how to work everything, it was kind of a comedy of errors, but it ended up being an expensive comedy of errors. But they did realize that they need to be in full compliance with all the rules and regulations in the city, and they have brought themselves into full compliance, and we did negotiate a settlement with the city, and they do intend to make all their payments timely because they do want to be an active member of the retail cannabis community in the city of Los Angeles. They have operators that are in place now that have been running other cannabis retails in the city, and all of them have already been approved for their annual licenses. And at this point, there is no reason I could think of that they should not also be given their annual license, because once they realized what they were doing incorrectly, they have brought themselves into full compliance, and they intend to continue complying with everything moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Seelan?
This is Vice President Nash. Your client was requested to provide 90 days of video footage on 3 separate occasions, and they never complied. From your perspective, why did they not comply?
Well, I think there was, as I told you, some confusion, and then when they went to get the 90 days, they didn't actually have it. So what they did end up providing was not satisfactory or did not have the correct dates, because they couldn't go backwards to the dates that they were requested. And so we did get the vendor in that works on their VCR and their whatever it is in their, they have to have all of that, the different cameras in different locations that all are recording everything. And so what they did is they learned that there were things that were not in compliance because they had only been open for a couple months when all of this came down. And so they worked with the vendor. I also was involved in working with the vendor, and we made sure that everything was brought into compliance so that if tomorrow they were requested to provide 90 days of footage, they would be able to do so. And they are constantly doing checks on their VCR equipment to make sure that they can always go backwards to do the recordings. This seems to be kind of a problem with multiple, you've heard this before, and this not that there's been notice of violations filed, but there are issues a lot of times with these equipments and all the camera equipment and everything. And so they just really wanted to make sure that they had their vendor on their side and make sure that their equipment is constantly recording correctly. All their cameras are in the right locations at the right, you have to look at point of sale. You have to do all this stuff. They're actually, because of this, they're probably overcompensating for it, and they don't want to have another violation again, because it's very pricey for these businesses who are not doing well financially. So it's another ding on their thing. So that's the key here, is they really want to be in full compliance always.
Thank you very much. This is Vice President Nash again. I appreciate hearing that they're confident that they would be able to provide it if requested again. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. When did they first open up for business?
I believe they were open the beginning of January of 2024, so they've only been open for less, like 13 months at this point. And they did a soft opening in the beginning, and then I think they started, ramping up. But what they found out is there were issues they were having with their recording equipment, and they didn't realize it until it became an issue. So now, and I've actually, because this has happened, I told all my clients, please check your VCRs, make sure your cameras are working, call your vendors, because I really want to make sure that everybody in this industry is at least made aware there's problems, and then they can fix them proactively instead of waiting for something like this to happen and saying, oh my goodness, I can't go back more than 40 days or 50 days or whatever it is, So that is something that actually was a lesson to be learned for the industry, and I think it's good for everybody to check their equipment on a monthly basis to make sure it's working correctly.
And this Commissioner Lim, one more question. The operator that was in place in January to April, is that a different operator they have now?
No, it's the same operator, but what had happened is the manager on site was new to the business, and he was tasked with doing certain things. And then when they realized there was this problem, that's when they came in and they made sure that everybody understands that the equipment has to work, there can't be events. You have to really do everything according to the, rules and regulations. And we went through them with them, and we made sure that they understood what the rules and regulations are for these businesses. And, it was kind of a good learning curve for everybody to go through it. And because of that, I think that they're probably going to be one of the better operators because they've already been tasked with figuring out what they did wrong. So now they're going to do everything right.
Any other questions for Ms. Seelan? Hearing none, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
We are on to deliberations.
So it looks like the January 28, 2024 event, Cars and Cannabis, was like the grand opening that they had to make a splash. And there's no real reference to the April 20th party that happened. And it seems that these items have been corrected and fixed. So. And here they acknowledge that they made a mistake and they were in violation.
Yeah, sorry, this is Commissioner Farnaby. The violations were, even the ones that were cited were minor. There weren't like any major significant, other than maybe the moderate one regarding the security plan, but other than that, they were all pretty minor, and they've been corrected.
No, this is Commissioner Lim. I definitely agree with you. These the inspection that took place on the property on August 26, 2024 are somewhat minor, and they've been rectified and fixed right away. It seemed like the only no, that's it.
Okay, I have nothing. They've passed the inspection. They've paid half of the negotiation fee. They're committed to meeting the full obligation of the negotiated penalty. So there's a spirit of cooperation here and a spirit of correction. So nothing here.
I mean, it doesn't seem there's anybody that's protesting there. their business. So I think it's pretty good.
With that being said, do we have a motion?
Well, this is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 14, DCR core record number 320-013 for the business located 10721. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizal, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Nay.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we are on agenda item 6. I'll give you guys time to get there. 6.
President Mason, at this point, I believe Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada will be rejoining the meeting.
No. No, stay there.
She's mean. She's mean to us.
She'll get me back for that. She'll tell me I can't ask a question. Shut it steady around here. Item number 6 is DCR core record number 320017. The applicant is Wood, California LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1503 North Mariposa. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Marissa Candelaria. I will present item number 6. DCR core record number 320017 is associated with Wood, California LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1503 North Mariposa Avenue in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 31st, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001313-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 29th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. A compliance inspection was conducted and a notice to correct was issued. The commission voted to continue the hearing of this application to today's date to allow time to comply and correct the noticed violations. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance status associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Enforcement Supervisor. And this is in regards to 1503 North Mariposa Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on August 28th, 2024. Our compliance team met Devin Nicole Smith. At that time, they identified 7 deficiencies. One was the use of a DBA. The display of license, which is the neighborhood liaison contact information, did not match what was on the DCR record. Identification of employees, which is the employee badges, do not include the DCR record core number. graffiti at the exterior gate facing Mariposa Avenue. A requirement to update the business premises diagram. And the security surveillance system and cameras, the timestamp on video surveillance recordings was off by approximately 12 minutes. And the final deficiency identified was product inventory and sale. DCR identified inventory discrepancies in the track and trace system. There was a discrepancy in the product count on inventory in reflection to what was indicated in the metric sales. At this time, they have corrected 6 of the 7 deficiencies. So there has been a mod completed for the use of DBA. So they updated that on the record. They corrected the display of license and the designated neighborhood liaison information. They provided confirmation or sufficient evidence for the badges. They removed the graffiti. They corrected the surveillance equipment and video recordings, and they reconciled with metric. At this time, they just need to update the business premises diagram, which they submitted a mod against the record, and that's currently under review. Any questions?
Commissioner Farmy, what's the deadline that they have for the final correction?
Well, the final correction is, since it's a business premises diagram mod, it's with our DCR licensing team. So the modification process is they file and submit the mod. There's an invoice that needs to be paid. There's a process for getting that invoice confirmed and processed from the Office of Finance. So our DCR enforcement team understands that time process. So they will be granted some additional time in order to complete that process.
Okay, thank you. Not due at the moment.
Excuse me?
It's not due at the moment.
No, yeah, we're giving them some gracious period right now, given the time period for that review.
Thank you.
Any other questions for compliance?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear the applicant's presentation. Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, there is a raised hand.
One moment. Two.
Two.
After the applicant's presentation, we can
Okay.
because I have a question too. Sure. Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 9717, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Hi, Commissioners. I hope you all are well. My name is Rigo Delgadillo. I am the manager and the applicant for Ashford, California, known as Trees Hollywood. We've been operating within the community since September of 2023. We feel like we've kind of done well. We haven't had any incidents. We're kind of slowly growing day by day. I mean, we've addressed most of the issues. I think all the issues, just we're waiting on one of them to be processed. And mainly I'm here just to, say, thank you for hearing us out on the item. I know last time there was a bit of a miscommunication, and also to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, we're going to close out the applicant's presentation and reopen the staff presentation for additional questions.
This is Commissioner Lim. The neighborhood council stated that the notice to meet with the neighborhood council was not timely posted. However, your report states that they provided proof to DCR that they contacted neighborhood council and offered to appear before neighborhood council. So is that an inaccurate statement that the notice was not timely?
DCR received confirmation from the applicant that they did email the neighborhood council. That would have gone to the email address that's provided on the department's website. Those go to a general inbox for the entire neighborhood council, and how those emails get distributed within the council the neighborhood council is kind of up to the neighborhood council. We have had folks reach out where they may be the secretary, they may be a member of the neighborhood council, and they did not directly get that. And that's not the requirement of the code. It just goes to the neighborhood council, and how that neighborhood council distributes it is their discretion. But we did receive proof from that it was sent to the right email address.
This Commissioner Lim, there's also a complaint that this applicant violates a sensitive use area. Is there any sensitive use area around that location?
No, sir. The property is compliant with all of the regulations in LAMC 105.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner. All at once. I'm going first, ladies first. Okay. So, expanding on Commissioner Lim's question, we have an email that questions how the distancing was measured. And the person presented measurements that, okay, it's still within, they measured, it looks like 614 feet. Their allegation is that they're within 614 feet and 10 inches of a sensitive use site.
If you want, here it is. That's what I was referring to.
The measurement began from the northeast boundary of the business to the southwest boundary of the school.
While I'm looking up the mapping on our system, are there other questions that I can, field?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. There's also the letter that was sent to us by the Los Angeles Police Department regarding the oversaturation of licenses in the area.
We've heard from this police captain before.
Yeah. Yeah, just oppose everything. You've seen that letter.
Yeah. Yeah, we suppose.
With that conditions.
As it relates to the letter from the department or the Los Angeles Police Department, the community plan area has not reached undue concentration. And based on the definition of undue concentration, DCR has the authority to process any application that is submitted within the community plan area prior to it reaching undue concentration. That is the case here. This is not a public convenience or necessity request. They did not require council approval for that. So we do appreciate LAPD letting their voice be heard. But this is not a PCN request. They are not unduly concentrated. This does meet the requirements of LMC 104.
This is Commissioner Farmby. For the record, in reading the letter from the LAPD, they're not speaking on their behalf. They're speaking in favor of Northeast area. What it states here, quoting from the letter, is based upon our review, the Northeast area is opposed to the issuance of the license. So the way I read that, it's not like it's them speaking about them being opposed, but speaking on behalf. Oh, and I've just been noted that at the end, it says the LAPD is opposed, so I stand corrected. And we've heard from him before.
So I will try to be as concise as possible. As it relates to the distancing from the sensitive use, DCR and the city attorney's office have spoken with representatives of the school as well as representatives of the neighborhood council as it relates to this project. The parcel that the school is located on is not a singular parcel. It's multiple parcels. There are things on that parcel that are not sensitive uses. Based on the code, not based on the code. The parcels are owned by a church. The church owns multiple parcels in the area. Part of the parcels contain the church. Part of the parcels contain a school. Part of the parcels contain buildings that are unassociated with a sensitive use. So by the code, the parcels are not designated fully to a sensitive use. For taxation purposes, all of the parcels are owned by the church. So if you look at the LA County assessor's office, it's all the same taxation agency. But when you look at Zemus and the underlying parcels, they're all separately defined parcels with their own allowable uses for each of the parcels. The parcels have different buildings that are on them. So if you measure from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the closest exterior wall or parcel line that the school is occupying, it is over 700 feet. What they're trying to get credit for is they're between a fence line and the actual school. There are buildings and there are also parking spaces. So our code is clear that if it's not a fully defined by the sensitive use, you exclude the parking spaces and you go through, and that's why. And the city attorney's office has reviewed this. They have spoken with the legal counsel, and I will leave it at that.
We've heard this before.
Yeah, we have. So, sorry, this is Commissioner Farmer. So for all intents and purposes, it's within the 750 feet guidelines. I mean, 700.
The school is more than 700 feet away from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business. Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Seth?
Mr. Vice President Nash, is there one APN number for the parcels that both the church and the school are on?
Bear with me while I verify that.
And just to clarify, the school, which in this email from Mr. Markazian is referred to as the Armenian School, is that a recognized school that the department would consider a sensitive use?
The answer to the question about the school is it is on the Department of Education website. It is a school by definition.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. While you're researching, and I'm sure it would be before us, apparently the school itself has not communicated any concerns in writing to the department?
The school through their board and parents of the students have communicated with the department. We reviewed the alleged complaint. We referred their legal counsel to the office of the city attorney's office that met with them and walked them through it. And although their legal counsel understands how the department came to its conclusion, they contest that because it's under the same ownership effectively, that it should be from the parcel line. So they don't agree with the city's policy.
Thank you.
The buildings in question the two parcels that the school occupies, those are on the same parcel number. The non-daycare, like playground area is on a different parcel, and then the church, which is directly across the street, is on a separate set of parcels. So there are distinct there are distinct assessor parcel numbers for certain buildings on the property, even though for taxation purposes, it's the same taxpayer.
Mr. Vice President Nash, do you agree with the appraiser, Mr. Markazian, who sent us the email? Do you agree with his endpoint, the way he measured the endpoint, which would have been the dispensary? I know there's different calculations, which wall. I'm just asking if you agree with.
Vice President Nash, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I'm doing the measurement right now.
And this is Vice President Nash again. I stand corrected. It's not the end point, it's the beginning point in the email.
I disagree with the measurements.
And what would your disagreement be?
I mean, my disagreement is he's doing it from a parcel boundary, from a group of buildings that are on parcels that don't all meet the definition of a sensitive use. So we exclude the exterior fence in the parking lot, and we measure from the building. And then, based on where they start their measurements and where we would start the measurements from, the closest exterior wall would be different as well.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Was that not the same methodology used the last time mixed use parceling involving a school came before this body?
The department's methodology is consistent, and I stand behind them, those measurements.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez, real quick, Jason. So the measurement that we always take it from would be from the front wall of the retail place of business, correct?
Whatever the closest exterior wall is to that sensitive use, wherever, we measure from multiple points, and whatever data point is an exterior wall is where we go from.
Perfect. Thanks.
Checking.
Are we? Did I miss something? Are we done with the measurements?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, we're good. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Then we will close questioning staff presentation, and we will open deliberations for the commission body.
On just Commissioner Lim, the measurement that was taken here is improper, because even the starting point has to be from where the sale of the cannabis activity takes place, and the end point is the beginning of the school area. We had a case where it was a big shop, almost a shopping center, like 4 units. And if you measured it from one end to the other, it was below 700. But if we measured from the entryway where these retail store was, it was beyond 700. So that, to me, that was really important, because if you have a shopping center, and this is what Jason pointed out, a huge shopping center, if you take it from one end to the other end, yes, it could be within 700, but if you take it from the entryway of the retail store, and it's beyond 700. So the starting point is improper. And as Jason pointed out, the ending point is also improper
Okay.
because you go to where the school is located at, not to the
Parcel.
the cross line.
Okay. Any other deliberation? Okay, this is President Mason. So we heard a couple of comments from the neighborhood council during public comment on this item, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we did. Where they weren't allowed to weigh in on this item because of lack of notice. And then we also have the concerns from LAPD, who is in complete opposition. I'm looking for an amicable resolution for all of this, and I think I have an idea. I would be inclined to approve this license with conditions. And one condition specifically, as suggested by LAPD, that going forward, the operator will attend periodic meetings with LAPD, the city council office, the neighborhood council, and community members to discuss ongoing operations, recent complaints, and I'll stop there because the revision of operational procedures to the satisfaction of LAPD may or may not be in sync with the municipal code. So I wouldn't require that, but I would require ongoing community engagement as a condition of allowing this license. Thoughts? No thoughts?
This is Vice President Nash. I've seen the requests from the LAPD for adding these conditions in the past. And in the past, we haven't added them. And I'm just wondering why in this instance we would.
Because in this instance, it is because we did have two people from the neighborhood council call in and say, hey, there's been no engagement between us and this operator because we weren't properly noticed.
As Commissioner Moniz, I'd be more inclined to continue it versus put a condition on it myself.
What would we be looking for from a continuance?
For the operator to reach out to the neighborhood council, give them enough time to have a conversation and either come back with a support or the opposition of the neighborhood council.
That is one option.
It's this Commissioner Lim. Ms. City Attorney, are we allowed to approve with conditions?
Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
you can.
Yes.
Okay.
You can. My understanding, this Commissioner Farmer, at least my understanding is that, which I wanted to confirm, is around like public safety issues. Is that right, Emily?
Yes, this is Emily Wada, Deputy City Attorney. Under Municipal Code 104.06 B2 Roman numeral 6, the commission may, quote, the commission may impose conditions to address public safety concerns based on evidence in the record. So that would be your standard. It would have to be based on public safety concerns, and you have to find sufficient evidence in the record of those concerns to have a reasonably related condition.
Okay. Engaging with LAPD and the council office and community members, as has been presented to us, were not issues of public safety concern. Okay.
This Commissioner Farmer, isn't it required that they meet with the neighborhood councils?
They're supposed to reach out to neighborhood councils and offer to present before them. And then the neighborhood council has the right of refusal or acceptance. In this particular case, the neighborhood council is saying they weren't aware, they weren't notified, they weren't reached out to. I don't know, is there proof that they reached out to the neighborhood council? I would have to close this and go back to department staff to ask for confirmation of that. But I believe in the presentation, she did say that they did prove that they reached out to the neighborhood council. We've heard of a systematic failure of neighborhood council email addresses. And I don't know that that failure has been cured. So that could be the case in this situation. But because they were baked into the municipal code as a vested body of stakeholders, they are due. In this particular case, we know that this neighborhood council is interested in engaging with the dispensary operator. So,
Yeah. Yeah, this is Commissioner Farmy. Yeah, I just feel like that's just generally speaking, when we talk about our business owners and the connection to the community, I just think that that's important. Just in terms of partnership, in terms of community, in terms of engagement, I think that that's critical. Which is why I think partly is baked into the code. If that hasn't taken place, I think that's one thing. But I do think the attempt to reach out for me is what really matters here. If there was no attempt, then I'm more inclined to be like, well, hey, you didn't do your part. But if there was an attempt and there's some sort of, discrepancy around why that didn't happen, then I'm inclined to allow for that to happen, because I think that that's an important step in this process when we're talking about the relationship between the business and the community.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I mean, I think yeah, what we tend to do as a commission, I think we've always given people a little bit of time by continuing some of these, and I think this is one of those examples where we should just give them a little more time, and they can come back to us with some kind of concrete answer, whether the applicant reached out to the community, whether the community supports the applicant, so they can get to meet each other, and we can go from there versus having to impose any conditions, which we haven't done to any of the other applicants.
This Commissioner Lim, I just don't know whether this rises to the level of public safety issue. It's reaching out to neighborhood council. I'm not sure it goes to that level where we can impose that condition. I think continuing this and ask the applicant to reach out to the neighborhood council would be a better approach, because I'm not sure every time we get a report from the police department, every time we get something that we're just gonna impose a condition saying it's public health. I don't think this is a public health issue.
oh no, I agree with you. I
Yeah,
think
I
we
think we're
established that
good
part.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're good there. I just want to see the community engagement.
Yeah.
And that could mean the neighborhood council reaching out to the applicant.
Right.
It could mean the applicant reaching out
Yeah.
to the neighborhood council. The point is, everybody needs to be at the same table to have that conversation and
Absolutely.
address the concerns of the.
Absolutely. So I
community.
think I agree with the Commissioner Menendez. So we should continue this and see if they reach out to one another.
We can continue to Commissioner Melendez once again to the 20th or to April 3rd. I don't know how heavy our caseloads are, but we could, probably give them at least a month to be able to get in touch with each other.
I would say April 3rd,
April 3rd.
because that allows almost a month and a half.
Works. Sorry, this Commissioner Farmy. Before we do that, I heard you, President Mason, around the comment that you made around knowing or having an opportunity to see if there was some sort of outreach if it did happen. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I know you had mentioned that we would have to open it back up. But I mean, I feel like we're here, and I don't know if the commissioners would be opposed to that before actually planning for a continuance, because we may have our answer, knowing if they actually attempted to do so or not.
So I guess
Before we go there, though, the period of time where they would have conducted the outreach to no neighborhood council addresses. If they were using the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment portal, the emails probably did not get through.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, and taking that into account, that's why I'm suggesting that we give them some more time so we can have something a little more concrete that we know they actually communicate with you, because we can get a letter from the neighborhood council and we can either in support or against. And we could also know factually that the applicant actually reached out to them and there was actually a conversation had.
Yeah, as Commissioner Farmer, I'm all for the engagement and the connection. I think that that's important in a cornerstone to this whole process.
So I'm going to close deliberations for just one quick question and reopen the department's presentation just to confirm that the applicant is representing that they did attempt or they did reach out to the neighborhood council.
Yes, the applicant has attempted to reach out to the neighborhood council as part of the department's noticing process. The department has reached out to the neighborhood council. And I know that I have exchanged emails and we have routed stuff to the office of the city attorney's office as it relates to the land use review for this particular application. So we can do additional due diligence and send stuff out. But I do believe that a good faith effort was made, irregardless of what may have happened with the Dunn's email system.
Okay, so I want to understand, you have had two-way communication, if you will, with a neighborhood council member on the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I'm going through my emails right now.
Okay, thank you. We keep you going through stuff tonight.
Would it be possible to hold this item on the table and then I will go through and pull the emails?
Sure. Okay. I think the correct term is we're going to table this item because that means we can come back to it later while Assistant Director Colleen is looking for what he's looking for, correct? So
I'm adjusting your seat.
the two of you.
The ties.
So Assistant Director Colleen needs to do some research, so we're tabling this and we're gonna move on to another item and come back to it. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Is your seat fine now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Then we shall return to item 6. We're going to move on to item 8, which is DCR core record number 310051. The applicant is 19841 Ventura and Hope LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 19841 Ventura Boulevard. Mr. Vizel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There is a raised hand, but I'm not certain that that would be the neighborhood council because we did not receive a community impact statement. But I will check.
You may verify. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 1308. Please state your name and whether you represent the neighborhood council.
Hi, my name's Raphael Heron. I'm not with the neighborhood council. I'm the owner of the store.
Okay, we will call on you when the commission president calls on the applicant's representative.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Then we will move on to department's presentation.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Marissa Candelaria. I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310051 is associated with 19841 Ventura and Hope LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 19841 and 19845 Ventura Boulevard in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area within Council District 3. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has adhered to the requirements of the LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001285-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 11, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on August 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with this Compliance and Enforcement Division. My team did not do a compliance inspection on this location. We weren't aware of any complaints, so it wasn't part of our, of our list of inspections. I think it's maybe a correction that needs to be made on the staff report.
Thank you. Okay, then we will move on to the applicant's representative. Is there someone on the Zoom? I don't have a speaker card.
Yes, but I'm going to announce that they raised their hand. The applicant's representative, if you're on the
The owner.
virtual, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number. I'm sorry, I believe you lowered your hand. Can you please dial *9? Caller with phone number ending in 1308, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Hi, my name is Raphael Heron, and I am the owner of 19841 Ventura and Hope.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
I would like to first start by thanking the commission and city staff for allowing me to speak and to also be heard today. This has truly been a long journey, and like we all know, just like with any journey, there's always unexpected roadblocks, there's delays, and there's detours. And I would be remiss if I wasn't honest and forthright to say that this journey has been a little frustrating. It's been full of letdowns, and sometimes there have been moments that have been a little disheartening. But I still have the will, I still have the drive, and I still have the ambition to press forward. I truly believe I was given a gift, and it's a gift that I do not take lightly. I'm not here to share the glitz. I'm not here to share the glamour of the journey that I've been on, but I'm here to share the hope and the prosperity and the opportunity this will provide for myself, my legacy, and my community. No, it hasn't been pretty, and no, it hasn't been fun, and no, it hasn't been easy, but amongst all those things, I can see the hope. I can truly see the promise that comes with continuing on with this journey. The city has been extremely helpful in providing financial assistance with grants. They continuously offer classes, continuously offer workshops so that people like myself who are social equity applicants are educated around the business aspect of owning a dispensary. I can truly see and feel that they want us to be successful. And I've also witnessed how the cannabis community is open to lending resources so that social equity applicants like myself can also be successful. Not to mention, I have to say it, I have one of the best landlords in LA. He wants to see me win and has made room for me to do so with so much patience and grace as DCR has. As I've mentioned before, I don't take this opportunity lightly, and although it hasn't been easy, I continue to persevere because I can see the promise and how life-changing this opportunity is for myself and my community. The city of LA gave me a seat at the table, and I believe with every fabric of my being, it wasn't by mistake or accident. Therefore, I will continue to do my part to be a good representation of what it looks like when you give opportunities to disadvantaged groups like myself. That way, I may continue to be able to pave the way for others. And I will end by saying this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for the time that you guys have given me. Words, and there's not enough words, there's not enough time to express my gratitude and appreciation, but I do hope that the commission will grant me the license in order to continue the dream, in order to continue to meet the promise that was afforded to me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. My only problem with your statement is that you weren't here to deliver it in person so that we could look you in the eye and see the passion. I'm convinced you've made a believer out of me.
And I'm so sorry. You guys set the meeting at 2:00 and I was at work. And the first time that I came, I was first on the list. So I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. And as I'm sitting here, I'm like, I definitely could have made it. I didn't know I was going to go this far down, but I would have loved to have been there if it wasn't due to work.
Well, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah. This is Commissioner Farnby. How you doing? I have just two questions. When did you open your business?
So the business isn't open yet. I'm still working. That's the part of the journey, the roadblocks and the delays that I'm still working towards. So it's not open yet, but I started the process prior to COVID.
Okay, thank you. And when you're hoping or expecting to get your business up and going?
I'm hoping if everything goes as planned, I'm hoping that we can have the business open this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. This is a long journey. Before COVID, you started the process.
Yes.
Good luck, and I hope you open soon.
Thank
And
you
stay
so
open.
much.
And
Oh,
stay
that
open.
yes, stay open is the big part. But I believe that I will, and I believe that I can, especially when we have the support that if we continue the support that we have with the grants that's been given out, with the resources, the classes and the workshops, and just the cannabis community, like really lending in and just sending in their expertise and trying to help out on the do's and the don'ts. So yes, I'm hopeful as well.
Please make sure your cameras are working. Please. Please.
Oh yes, I wrote that down. I said, okay, cameras are an issue.
Well, I can already
So
tell
we
you've been
wanna
taking
find-
notes by some of the things you said in your speech, but please. Thank you.
Yes, cameras are, yes. Please believe. And I'm going to start coming to more of the commission meetings and listening in just so that I can hear some of the roadblocks that a lot of my fellow, what would I call them, community members are having within the business so that I can help prevent those problems before opening. No events and check your cameras.
Apt pupil, way to go. All righty, I'm going to go ahead and close out. Thank you again, the applicant's presentation, and open up commission deliberations, if any.
She's good.
I think Commissioner Farnby, I think you can hear the passion, you can hear the hope and the desire, and the belief in what she would like to accomplish here. And I agree. It would have been good to have her here, because these are the stories that we want to hear, right? And kind of like cheering on our folks. To kind of
Definitely would
get.
have changed the atmosphere
I
for tonight.
definitely think so. Definitely think so. So no, I don't have any major questions or issues.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, got it. Item number 8, DCR core record 310051. The applicant is 19841 Ventura and Hope LLC, community area Canoga Park. And the business premises 19841 Ventura Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated.
Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Assistant Director Colleen, can we go back to? Okay, at this time, we're going to reopen item 6 and we will resume at the department's presentation.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. I have confirmed that the emails about the notice were sent at the time that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment was having issues with their Empower LA domain.
Okay.
I can confirm that I have had separate correspondence with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council as it relates to this application.
Mhm.
I did not locate an email where I directly said the public hearing was going to happen on this date. So the applicant's state provisional license is active through May 29th of 2025.
Okay.
If this was continued until March or April, that would give us enough time, if the application was approved, to file the notice of exemption and any other paperwork with the county clerk. To the extent that the application could be denied, it may not give them enough time to timely file an appeal and go before the city council before their application expired. But I do know I have directly communicated with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council as it relates to this property and the distancing. And I do know that the applicant made a good faith effort based on the email address and the domain that was available at the time. They were issued a notice of complete application. But DCR can reach out to the neighborhood council to make sure that they're aware of the next public hearing.
Okay. Having heard that, you said that April 3rd might be challenging if the application is denied in terms of the appeal process and then meeting the state deadline. Did I understand that correctly? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Commissioner Melendez, how about the 20th? Do you think that still gives them a little time if we actually did it for our next of March?
That's our dedicated hearing, so that would be the last.
Yeah, about the 20th of this month. How about next?
That would be we can't, if we do that, then we don't add any more for that date.
Yeah.
We have
'Cause
commission.
I totally understand the importance of community outreach, and the community being involved in it and the communication. But I believe that in this instance that that nobody really had a chance to communicate with each other. And I mean, it's a short amount of time, but if you want to get things done, you get them done.
Yeah. We never want to silence the community's voice when it's clear the community wants to have a voice. So do we have anything on my right before I call for a motion?
Are we proposing the
20th.
March 6th date?
The 20th.
The 20th.
February 20th.
And the February 20th.
Which one?
February 20th?
March 20th,
I mean,
March, February 20th.
because we're already in February. So the neighborhood council
Yeah,
won't
March.
have
Oh, they won't
time
have time.
to go through all of
Yes,
their
March 20th.
procedures before.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, yeah, yes. This is scheduled too, so March 20th.
Let's have the motion.
You want to make it?
yeah, let me get back to where we were supposed to be here. Which one is it again?
Item 6.
Number 6, yeah. I'm ahead of schedule here.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Colleen, for looking into that and verifying and informing us. I appreciate that.
Yes. This is Commissioner Melendez for item number 6, DCR court record number 320017 for, let's see here. For the business premises located at 1503 North Mariposa Avenue. I have adopted staff recommendations as stated in the staff report for January 9th, 2025. I move to continue this to March 20th, 2025.
This Commissioner Farmby, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bezo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 11, which is DCR core record number 320084. The applicant is Voiage. You'll tell me. To approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 6521 West Hollywood Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Marissa Candelaria. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320084 is associated with Voiage. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 6521 West Hollywood Boulevard in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 9th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001464-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 8, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment provided by the public in support of the application spoke to the shop's affordable products, professional staff, and the positives of having the dispensary in the neighborhood. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with Compliance and Enforcement Division. I'm providing a summary for Voiage located at 6521 Hollywood Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on November 14th, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued on December 17th, 2024. The compliance inspector met with the owner, Lucy Navarjan, and identified the following 3 deficiencies. The neighborhood liaison contact information was not displayed to be viewed by the public, which is a minor violation. The camera locations on the business premises diagram did not match the camera locations on site, another minor violation. And the surveillance recording system did not record the minimum of 90 days. And the media storage was not in a secured and locked. It wasn't secured or locked, and which is a moderate violation. Since then, they have corrected all 3 deficiencies and are currently, they've submitted a modification for the business premises diagram, and it's currently under review by licensing. But as far as compliance, they've submitted all the corrections we require. Any questions? Thank you.
No, thank you. Did you have a question? Are you sure?
Yes.
All questions are important. Okay. At this time, we'll hear from, we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of the applicant. Brooklyn Elizondo, and this last name, I will kill it. So thank you. Come on.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Lucine Navarjan, the owner of Voiage. It's a new business we opened in August 8th. So it's a new location. We're using our 17 years of cannabis retail experience for this location, starting from compliance, regulation, customer service, everything, whatever is possible. About the correction, we done very quickly. Honestly, the DVR was locked. I just opened in front of the inspector. However, everything is done, everything approved. So we're trying our best for the community, also having all budget-friendly product for everybody that can afford cannabis. If you have a question, thank you.
Hi, I'm Brooklyn. I'm the operation manager for Voiage. Yeah, we have prior experience with another dispensary, so we are bringing that. We do put compliance before all else. We openly welcome the inspection into the shop. Not to be combative with what was said by the DCR, but there is a couple points that we do want to hit, and we did mention it in the email in response to their corrective actions that they would like us to take. First and foremost, the neighborhood liaison information was posted. Unfortunately, it did not match what was submitted to you guys or the DCR. So we did update that and fix that. As far as the cameras go, there was 3 additional cameras. We submitted the modification request, so we weren't lacking cameras or they were not functioning. We just had extra ones that weren't on the diagram. So we did get that submitted and fixed. And then lastly, speaking to the media storage, that's where we're a little confused on. It was locked and it was unlocked in front of one of the inspectors. We wanted to be transparent in that. So just to hit on all of those notes, we do just want to bring that up. But other than that, yeah, we're open to any other questions.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Opened in August of 2024. Between the two of you in total, how much experience do you have in the industry?
17 years
Okay.
retail.
And then my other question is, have you used any of the programming provided by the city of LA? The supportive programming from the social equity department?
Probably just one.
Which one was that?
That I have to ask another partner, to be honest.
Okay, okay. No worries. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for these ladies?
This is Commissioner Farmby. I just wanted to follow up on what you were speaking to. What I heard is that you all had corrected all of the citations, right? But you were kind of going through it. Did it sound like you were challenging them? You was just making a point that there were some discrepancies.
I just wanted to bring up that there was some discrepancies, but again, when we submitted the corrective actions, we responded to each one of them in the email from our point of view and what we observed. But other than that, everything was on point, metric matched, inventory matched, they pulled up sales, all of that matched. So again, we are more than welcome to have you guys come in anytime, review anything you need, but we just want to be transparent on what happened that day.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. There's over 80 items that you be cited for, and you're only cited for 3, and that's very commendable.
Thank you.
Ms. Commissioner Melendez, we've seen you before, right? You have other.
Yeah.
Sherman Oaks Collective Care.
Yes, exactly. That's it. Thanks.
It's the storm.
I have a question. You're in Hollywood, right?
Yes.
How's the parking situation with your,
We don't have parking. But it's a street parking.
okay, any issues with the, because it seems pretty jammed over there.
Honestly, it's been kind of slow. It's the off season for tourism, I feel, so it has actually alleviated some of the parking. There is a lot of side street parking available, and there are public parking lots that are
Yes.
available. Mind you, they are expensive, like $20 to park a day. But that's whoever's parking's prerogative, not mine. But unfortunately, just due to the nature of the location being on the boulevard, there is no like parking.
Yeah, I know. I know the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're going to open deliberations. You ladies can have a seat. Any deliberations?
Good.
All right. Well, hearing none, I'm gonna ask for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 11, DCR core record number 320-084 for the business located at 6521 West Hollywood Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 12 is DCR Core Record Number 320043. The applicant is Bishop Boyz LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7503 North Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Unit 101 and 102. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council representatives or elected office officials on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320043 is associated with Bishop Boyz LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7503 North Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Unit 101 and 102 in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 25th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001470 to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 16th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were mostly supportive, highlighting the visual improvements, community support, and enhanced security. There was one comment against the application, citing the location being too close to residences that have children. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with Compliance and Enforcement Division, providing a summary for Bishop Boyz located at 7503 North Lower Canyon. A compliance inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued on December 17th, 2024. The compliance inspector met with the manager, Alex, and identified the following 3 minor deficiencies, which have all been corrected. The first was the DCR license was not prominently displayed for the public. The employee identification badges did not include the DCR core record number. And there was graffiti on the front door of the building and the iron parking lot gate. They've corrected all the deficiencies and sent us email of the corrections made. Any questions?
Sorry, it's Commissioner Farm. Sorry, want to notice that correct? So
It was sent on December 17th.
December 17th. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Compliance Commissioner? Okay, thank you. Mr. Visa, we do not have speaker cards. Is there someone in the queue?
Yes, there is a raised hand. Caller with phone number ending in 4306. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Hello, my name is Molly Pitluck. I'm legal representative for Bishop Boyz LLC.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Bishop Boyz is a 100% social equity owned applicant, also women and minority owned, located at 7503 Laurel. They have worked hard to get all of its license issues, pass its compliance inspection, and set up the licensed premises to establish a clean, pleasant, and attractive environment in the neighborhood. We actually did not wait until we received the notice to correct from DCR. Instead, we were able to submit all of the corrections prior to the notice to correct being issued, so that we passed. Bishop Boyz has 24/7 security personnel on site, including holidays. Even though that's not required, they perform regular perimeter checks and monitor all surveillance cameras, both inside and out, to show a strong security presence in the neighborhood and deter crime and nuisance. Very important is that none of the general denial reasons apply to Bishop Boyz under 104A. There have been no significant public safety concerns. They've always provided the DCR with timely, truthful responses. They passed social equity review with the DCR and have never denied the DCR access to the premises, had a license revoked, suspended, or denied, or failed an inspection. None of the business premises denial reasons apply either. They're fully compliant with the land use and zoning requirements in the code. The owners and managers do not hold office in any agency of the state or city. There has not been a conviction related to the licensed premises or a padlocking or utility disconnection. They are located in North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area that has not reached an undue concentration. No owner or primary personnel holds office in any agency enforcing cannabis. None have a disqualifying conviction or received a disqualifying civil judgment. Bishop Boyz was lucky enough to be able to meet with its neighborhood council, and we were able to submit the neighborhood council support letter from the Plum Committee. I would like to address the complaint that was made at the community meeting. We also attended, and we, at the time, advised the caller to please contact and reach out to the neighborhood liaison, the sign that is posted on the door. At this point, we have not received any such communication or calls from the resident. We were a bit confused by the complaint because there is no abutting residential backyard. There's actually a third-party business in the back of the premises that's a nursery. It's non-cannabis, it's just a regular nursery. Again, we requested the gentleman with the complaint to contact the neighborhood liaison to avoid giving all of our information out during public record on the community meeting, and we have not received anything at this time. Based upon the foregoing, Bishop Boyz meets all the requirements for approval and respectfully request the commission approve the license.
That's it?
That is it, and we're here for your
All right.
questions.
Thank you for calling in. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Pitluck?
I have questions. Commissioner Melendez. I was wondering, did you guys slap some paint on the building, on the exterior? Because it looks kind of derelict from the street.
The building has been repainted, and especially when the graffiti was covered up. Are you looking at Google Maps?
Yes, that's where I was, and I saw that it was
Oh,
white and
yeah,
it's right
I
next to
think-
the nursery, yes.
Since that time, it has been renovated, or since they've gotten their license, and before they opened, it was renovated, so it is in actually pretty good shape.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
thank you.
pull up Google Maps as well while we're speaking. And yes, they did, excuse me, they did repaint the entire building.
Thank you, that's all I need.
Hey, how you doing? This is Commissioner Farmby. You mentioned, you being a part of the social equity program. What aspects can you share with us that you utilize of the program?
Well, we're very, very grateful to have received the grant money, which has waived the annual license fee for the dispensary. Annie has participated in, and as well as do I, has participated in some of the lunch and learns and the videos that are offered. And at that point, that's really all we've participated in.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you for calling in. We are going to move on to deliberations at this point, if any. If not, then we can have a motion.
Any deliberation?
Here, there are none.
All right. Item number 12, DCR core record number 320043. The applicant is Bishop Boyz LLC in the North Hollywood Valley Village area. The premise is 7503 North Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Unit 101 and 102. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. DCR core record number 320024. The applicant is, this is item 13. The applicant is Hills and Valleys LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5505 North Figueroa Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card
Okay,
or a
then-
raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
This is Management Analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320024 is associated with Hills and Valleys LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5505 North Figueroa Street in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 1. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 12th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000136 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One comment was provided by a representative of the business who also lives nearby, praising the staff, safety, and veteran discounts provided. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The municipal code lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Enforcement Supervisor. This narrative is for 5505 North Figueroa Street. A compliance inspection was conducted September 12th, 2024. Our compliance team met with the owner, Daniel Sosa, and the consultant, Jamie Rodriguez or Jaime Rodriguez. At that time, there were 3 deficiencies identified: a use of a DBA, fig trees, the display of the temporary approval notification within the premises, and the surveillance recording system did not store recordings for a minimum 90-day requirement. At that time, during the inspection, they did debrief the owner and consultant as well and inform them of these deficiencies. The notice to correct was issued November 7, 2024, with a deadline of December 7, 2024. At present, the property owner, or I'm sorry, the operator has corrected the display of license. They have posted the temporary approval notice, so that has been deemed sufficient. And they had provided sufficient evidence of confirmation that the surveillance equipment can record for the 90-day minimum requirement. The only remaining deficiency is the registering of the DBA and submitting a mod against the record with DCR licensing. So 2 of the 3 items are done. They did submit an extension in order to complete that process. The extension has been granted, and that deadline is February 14th, 2025. Any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. What does the abbreviation or acronym BTRC stand for?
That's the business tax registration certificate. So that's something when they have to get through the Office of Finance so they can be taxed appropriately to the right account.
Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Farmy, I'm sorry, can you tell me which outstanding violation is left?
The one to register the DBA fig tree. So that's not identified on the record.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez, is that like a multi-use building? Is there like tenants above this business?
I can't really say that right now. I'm not looking at ZMIS or have the certificate of occupancy. So I'm not quite sure if it is a multi-use, but there are multiple properties out there, operators that do have commercial at the bottom and residential at the top, or or adjacent to it, but I'm not quite sure on this specific location.
Thank you.
Any other questions for compliance?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are now on to the applicant's presentation. I do have one speaker card for Daniel Sosa.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Sosa. I'm the owner operator of Big Trees.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. This dispensary is special to me because I'm from the neighborhood. I've spent the entire 41 years of my life, with the exception of going away to school, in Highland Park, specifically Mount Washington, which is adjacent to Highland Park. And for me, this is opening the store, which we opened almost exactly a year ago in February, has come full circle. In 2004, I was arrested 1 mile from my house, which is 2 miles from this site, and charged with 2 felonies and for cannabis. And at the time, I was a college student with financial aid. If I had been convicted, I would have lost my financial aid and been unable to complete college. But 20 years later, here I am, and I'm opening a store and doing the same activity that I was arrested and charged with felonies for 20 years prior. Fig Trees is awesome. You know, we're the only dispensary on Figueroa Street in Highland Park. Highland Park has several dispensaries on York, 5 or 6 of them. We are the only ones serving Figueroa, which is the main commercial corridor. We're extremely friendly with our neighbors in the immediate community. Before we opened, I went and spoke at the neighborhood council and let them know that we were going to be opening. And the president of the neighborhood council actually came to our opening. What we offer is fair prices, great product, and great customer service. And I employ people that are local. You know, I'm local. 3 of the staff members walk to work. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking initiative and going into the community, especially to the neighborhood council, and announcing your opening. I don't have any questions for you, commissioners. Oh, I do have one question. I'm sorry. How much more time? Well, will you complete your last outstanding compliance item by the deadline?
Yeah, actually, we did attempt to upload it to the record, but the record was locked, so we emailed it to our analyst. We've already done that.
When did you email it?
At least like a week or 2 ago, at least. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, do you guys have questions?
I do.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing and reaching out. I think community engagement with the business is important. Have you all done anything in the neighborhood or with the community, like any partnerships with any of the other businesses in the community?
The main thing that we've done is just we have each other's flyers. You know, we exchange flyers, and we have some of our neighborhood flyers on our front desk, and they take ours and put them in their business as well. That's pretty much the main extent of that.
Commissioner Melendez, is that a multi-use building? Is there residents above you?
Yes, there are residents above us.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Mr. Sosa, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
We are on to deliberations.
A lot of good Mexican food in that neighborhood.
Yes, there is.
I was gonna say, no, I think everything looks good to me. Yes. Let's take a look.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, do I have a motion that doesn't include food?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 13, core record number 320024. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated January 9, 2025.
Commissioner Farnaby, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 15, which is DCR core record number 310063. One moment. The applicant is Goddess Valley LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 6145 North Vineland Avenue. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We have a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 3549. Please state your name and whether you represent the neighborhood council.
I'm not the neighborhood council. I'm actually the owner, Bo Nicole Kapner.
Okay, we will put you back in the queue until the commission president calls on the applicant.
Copy.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
This is Management Analyst Marie Bray. I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310063 is associated with Goddess Valley LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 6145 North Vineland Ave in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 25th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001140-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 29th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th of 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Hector Ali Khan, Enforcement Supervisor. This summary is 46145 North Vineland Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on December 5th, 2024. At that time, our compliance staff met the owner, Raphael, and he was debriefed of the following deficiencies that were identified. There were 3 items identified: a display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information didn't match up what we had on the DCR record. The second item was identification of employees. They were just missing the DCR core record. So there's certain criteria they have to meet. That was the one item that they didn't have on it. And then they had a discrepancy with a product on metric inventory. So they needed to correct that as well. The notice to correct was issued on January 23rd, so approximately 2 weeks ago, and a follow-up deadline is February 23rd, 2025. I did reach out to the owner this morning, Bo Kapner, and she did answer and respond, and about 1:30 this afternoon, she provided some corrective action. She provided a photo, which was sufficient for the neighborhood liaison contact information. So I just relayed to her what we had on the record, and she just corrected that and put that information on the premises. So that was deemed sufficient and corrected. The next item, the identification of employee badges, she added the DCR core record and provided a photo. So that was deemed sufficient as well. And the third item with metric inventory, that corrective action is going to be under review by our compliance analyst since it was her inspection. So at this time, 2 out of the 3 items have been corrected. There was a complaint previously, many moons ago in regards to product quality, but that complaint was referred to DCC. May have been just a, unhappy customer.
Thank you. Hector, any questions for compliance,
Yes, this is,
commissioners?
Commissioner Melendez Hector. So the third, the discrepancy with the inventory numbers matching up, it's already been sent to you guys. You guys are just reviewing it right now, right?
Yeah, the compliance analyst is going to check with Metric and their narrative of how they corrected that action.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for compliance?
Thanks, Hector.
Thank you. Then we will hear presentation from the applicant.
If the applicant is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number ending in 3549, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Aloha, my name is Bo Nicole Kapner. I am a minority owner in Goddess Valley LLC, DBA Butter Store, located at 6145 Vineland in North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan. My husband is the social equity partner. His name is Patrick Ian Moore. He is actually here with me right now. Raphael is one of our owners. He is actually in the hospital with pneumonia. Otherwise, he would be there in person right now for this presentation. We originally filed our application in 2019 as part of the Phase 3 Round 1 retail applicants. My husband, Patrick Ian Moore, is a disabled veteran, but he also qualified under living in a socially disproportionately impacted area by the war on drugs, living in MacArthur Park for 6 years, which was what had qualified him originally. From 2019, we actually originally had a different location in on Lancashire down the street, same community plan. And our lease was contingent upon getting the approval to move forward as part of the top 100, moving forward from the 800 that applied during that round. When we were able to get that approval and move forward, the landlord then decided to extort us and ask for an additional $100,000 to move forward on a 500 square foot spot that he was going to charge us $12 a square foot on. So then out of necessity, we had to move to this location on Vineland, which we weren't able to acquire until 2021, a year and a half into COVID-19, the pandemic. And so through that process, our location that we have used to be a fabric store. That fabric store closed down during the pandemic, and we were able to obtain that location and move forward with a modification request that did take about 6 months to go through with the DCR. And then we opened in July of 2022, 7/10/2022 to be exact. So it took about 3 years from the date of filing application to actually opening our store. We're small business owners. We're not deep money funded. We've done this with friends and family funding. We are the exemplary social equity applicant in that we have come into the community in a community that we have family, friends, relationships that were from North Hollywood and brought those people in that work for us, and we support that community. We have also supported the Los Angeles Police Department in that our security cameras, which do date back 90 days on our security system and have no blind spots. We provided footage for investigative units for crimes that happen within our purview or near our area. We've also been a part of the community in that we do weekly brunches or afternoon barbecues on Sunday. For the last 9 or 10 months, we've been just issuing food out to the neighborhood of the homeless. Our neighborhood is a disproportionately impacted neighborhood. It's a low-income neighborhood in the Arts District in North Hollywood. And our prime target is $5 pre-rolls and $20 eighths. If I don't have $5 pre-rolls or $20 eighths with the tax all in, then I have everybody walk out the door and nobody buys anything and they go down the street. One of our biggest issues has been illegal dispensaries down the street. We've got at least 2 within a mile of us in either direction, and that hasn't been closed down by either the city or the state. And so that's been impacting our business when those customers can go down to their shop, they don't pay taxes, and they can get a 5-gram eighth for $30. I can't beat that, you know? And so the high cost of taxes and compliance have been a big issue in being a profitable business. We definitely are a business that's breaking even. You know, we are minorities in the community that we're trying to live the cannabis dream and transitioning over from the Prop 215 medical marijuana days. You know, having been supplying and being a part of the industry prior to 2013. So we're legacy operators and have experience and have been able to work with other dispensaries and have the experience to make this successful. But the hardest part for us has been the cost of compliance, the cost of regulation, the cost of the taxes. You know, only recently did the state taxes become non-cumulative. And so that's been an issue. But we have been grateful in that we have received the seed grant from the city, as well as some fee waivers that have benefited us as small business operators. We want to succeed. We've been working really hard as a family business trying to succeed. It's been really tough, and I'm sure you've seen the numbers go down of how many licenses have made it through or given up. And, you know, I think one of the things I really want to take the time to address is that the reason that businesses aren't paying taxes is because they can't. It's too much tax for what the people want to pay and what the market demands. And so in order to combat the illicit market, the white legal market has to compete with those prices, and we can't do that with the amount of taxes and cumulative taxes and high taxes that we have at every stage in the game. Nevertheless, we've complied with every audit, every inspection with the CDTFA, the DCC, the LAPD, LAFD. We've never denied inspection to the DCR. When the inspectors did show up for the inspection that day, they did tell us that the 2 inspections prior denied access and pretended like they were closed. As far as the minor violations that we have, I can address those pretty specifically. We do have our letter of initial approval back in 2021 posted in our lobby. It was unclear to us that we needed the other one that said notice of temporary approval, which we do have posted right now. But that was never emailed to us or ever made clear to us that that was available. The other item was the badge, which has been corrected. We do have our LA business number, like a company number on there, a record number, but it was unclear that the core record number was required. Core record number was actually a term that I've only heard used today for the first time. So that's been corrected. And then they did mention that the neighborhood liaison, that's been corrected as well. And as far as the inventory issue, it wasn't a count issue. The counts were on. It was that it was labeled incorrectly. The strain was not correct in our Flow Hub point of sale system, but the product itself and in metric, what's getting reported to the state was correct. So we did try to fix that issue. However, the inspection was December. The transaction being audited was in September, and those units and products were already done and gone. So we've created the new item that says Afghan Kush, or whatever it was cheesecake. So with the items created, but it was correct in metric and the counts were on. So it was just the wrong name in Flow Hub, and that has been corrected. But I guess compliance is going to review that. We hope to continue to be successful. I implore the council to delay any new licenses until some of the bumps get worked out with, you know, the city, the taxes, and, you know, all these businesses delinquent on their taxes, because, you know, I did hear you guys sort of jovial and laughing about it. But the thing is, like, I implore you to ask the businesses why they can't pay their taxes, and they will tell you that they're barely scraping by, barely staying open. And we need some relief. We need tax abatement. We need support. I think as social equity, you know, veterans, minorities, female business owner, we were hoping that we would get more support in terms of possibly loans, since we can't access that through regular avenues of banking. You know, we don't even have a real bank account. So it's just really hard to operate with all of these issues. And you've got these people down the street just breaking the law, but then we're the ones that are going to get fined out of business. you know? So I implore you to respectfully ask to give our annual licensure so we can make it through and be the stellar example of we were in it from the beginning, day one, and we made it through. We really want to tell that story. We're still working on it. And, you know, and we need your guys' help to do it. And that would conclude my 10-minute presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned 2 illegal dispensaries within a mile of your location. Have you reported them to the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like anything gets done. And if they do get raided, they just pop up again somewhere else. And they'd rather take the zoning violation, you know, or the no bail issue. And it's like a whack-a-mole, and it hasn't stopped. It's been consistent since day one with legalization, you know.
Do you have any understanding about how long these 2 have been in those locations?
I mean, it's been, they close down and they'll pop up a couple doors down because they're all in on it with the owners of the properties, you know. So it's like it'll be here one day, and then a couple months later they'll move down the street. We did see one that did get raided, but then they just pop back up. So I mean, we have made complaints, but you know, it's beyond that. We're competing with the delivery service that's a type delivery, not storefront retail, and they're doing physical in-person pickup. They are right next door to us, and they're doing pickup at their location where they have a parking lot. I don't have a parking lot. We have a 15-minute loading zone up front. That does make it hard for business for us. But that's who we're competing with, and we're not currently operating delivery, so we don't compete with their business directly, but they're illegally taking pickup orders and doing pickup in person. I don't know that I haven't personally reported them, you know. It's just, we're not going around pointing fingers, you know, but these are issues in operating and be able to compete on a fair playing ground. If we're complying with the law and everybody else is breaking the law, but we can't stay in business complying with the law. So you see a lot of these people, you know, it's the reason that they did events. They needed people to come in. They can't pay their bills. You know, like we haven't done any consumption events, on-site events. We have brought in community members to do celebrity meet and greets, but none of it's consumption. We can supply 90 days worth of footage. We've also involved community artists to do beautification on the outside, where we have a mural on the outside and a mural on the inside, all from local artists within the community. But I know these other places aren't necessarily doing that. So we definitely add value in addition to the safety and the lighting. You know, we participate in cleaning up our area. We clean up the streets physically from the littering, and we prevent loitering, and it's safer because of the lighting. And we also don't have an obstructive, obtrusive signage that says anything. It doesn't even look green. You probably can't even tell at the dispensary because everything's pink from the outside. We're a very small boutique, 900 square foot facility that's tiny, tiny, tiny. And it's beach themed, and it's just run by, you know, our small family business.
This is Vice President Nash again. I completely understand the difficulty of competing with illegal dispensaries, and I would encourage you to continue to reach out to the police department, especially your lead officer, and get to know them. And anytime this pops up, please report them. And trust me, efforts are being made to eliminate the illegal dispensaries as much as possible.
Any other
Copy
questions?
that.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for being here or calling in. We're going to move on to deliberations.
Commissioner Farmby. This body has repeatedly heard about from business owners the threat and impact of illegal dispensaries. And I think that the action that was taken earlier today by President Mason regarding a dedicated time where we can talk about the revenue and taxes that Assistant Executive Director Jason had spoke about. I think kind of speaks to the seriousness that we approach this work around, one, compliance by business owners, as well as the concerns that we've expressed with other business owners regarding the illegal dispensaries. So I'm just saying that because it at least sounded to me from what I heard that there was some jovial kind of laughter around that. I don't take that kindly because I think that we've heard this, we feel it, we understand it. It's serious. At least I can speak for myself. And it's something that we struggle with, not only this body, but even the business owners particularly. I think when you look at the circumstances, it's a very difficult situation to address around an illegal dispensary being shut down and then maybe a couple of weeks later popping up someplace else. And what that means in terms of resources, time, dedication, focus by the police department. So look, I mean, for me, I just feel that as much as we've heard it, I think we understand it's a serious issue in the industry. I think as a body, we're committed. I can speak for the body, I believe, that we're committed at trying to be helpful in that and that we take it seriously. And so I just wanted to say that for the record, because it didn't land on me that I heard it in a way that we didn't take it seriously, even though I can relate to what was being said. I just wanted to go on a record and say that this is something that we recognize, that we believe that we're trying to do everything that we can and going to continue to do so. And I'm hoping that every other business owner who come before this body can see and recognize that.
This is President Mason. I want to thank Barnby for speaking to that comment. It was not lost on me, and this commission was mischaracterized by the comment that we were jovial when those remarks were made. And really, the laughter had to do with City Attorney Wada telling us that we were getting ready to steer off into territory we didn't belong in because the conversation was not agendized. So it was a laughter over procedure and not over the tax distress situation or the lack of enforcement that the city currently faces. Any other comments, commissioners? All right, then thank you for calling in, and we are going to move to deliberations at this time, if there are any. Hearing none, is there a motion?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Melendez for item number 15, DCR core record number 310063 for the business premises located at 6145 North Byland Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated January the 9th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We had a lot of movement tonight. I'm trying to find my place. I believe we are on item 18.
Correct.
Thank you. Item 18 is DCR core record number 100631. The applicant is Zen Medical Garden Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 15507 West Cobalt Street, Unit 4. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card. or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then we will hear from staff at this time.
This is Management Analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100631 is associated with Zen Medical Garden Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 15507 West Cobalt Street, Unit number 4 in the Sylmar Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12-0000080-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 17th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Comments provided by the community were mixed, with those against the application noting a strong marijuana odor, lack of parking, and lack of community involvement. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Alicon, Enforcement Supervisor. This summary is for 15507 West Cobalt Street, Unit number 4. On December 11th, 2024, a compliance inspection was conducted. The compliance team met the owner, Brett Richard. At that time, there were 3 deficiencies identified. The neighborhood liaison contact information did not match what was on the DCR record. The security measures where the video surveillance recording system did not store recordings for a minimum of a 90-day requirement. And they were missing the access to limited access area log. So there was a log that was required. Since then, prior to the notice to correct being issued, the operator reached out to the compliance analyst and provided confirmation and sufficient evidence to correct those deficiencies. So they provided corrective action for the neighborhood liaison contact information, which matched which was on the record. They provided confirmation to the compliance analyst that the video recordings did indeed have the 90-day minimum requirement, and they provided confirmation of a log for the limited access area. So those 3 deficiencies were deemed sufficient evidence, and those were corrected prior to the NTC being corrected, and that inspection has been passed. Any questions?
It's Commissioner Melendez, Hector. So I'm seeing that one of the complaints says that there's a strong odor emitted from the business. Now, would you have or have not cited them if that in fact was the case?
Yeah, that's one of the first things that our compliance team does on entry into the building. They walk the premises and they do an odor test. They smell for any type of cannabis smell, marijuana smell, anything of that nature. It can be from people smoking, marijuana, or it may be within the business premises. So they do a smell test. And if they do not write it up during the compliance inspection, it's because they did not identify any odor.
All right, thank you, Hector.
Any other questions?
I do, but not for compliance. I have it for.
Okay, any other questions for compliance?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to close compliance and reopen licensing. Commissioner Farmby?
Thank you. Commissioner Farmby, I thought I heard in the report that, I don't know if it was from you as a department or from the community stating that there was no community engagement? According to what I see, there were 21 folks in the community that actually engaged, 13 that were in support of, and 8 against. So I wanted to just get clarification.
So the Department of Cannabis Regulation does community meetings in advance of the public hearing.
Mhm.
And part of the community input at that community meeting was the community members felt that there was a lack of community engagement by the business. So that is merely community stakeholders letting us know that as part of that, they felt that there wasn't enough engagement by the business with the surrounding neighbors.
Got it. Nothing to do with the actual neighborhood council. This was prior to.
Correct, Commissioner Farmby. They did meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for licensing? Okay, we're going to close that item and go to the applicant's presentation.
Caller with phone number ending in 3960, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Joseph Terry, and I'm the owner of Zen Medical Garden.
Hey, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to tell you about the store and our involvement in the community. I've been operating the dispensary since December 2006. I was a co-op pre-ICO, and in 2007 we went to Prop D. So I've been here since the very beginning. Have been through all the ups and downs that you can possibly go through in this business, and still standing. So I'm very happy for the opportunity to be one of the guys that have still been around. I think we, on the community thing, I think we strive to be a community member. We sponsor food drives, we sponsor toy drives. We sponsored a tent at the Mission Hills Police Department golf tournament, and any opportunity that ever arises for us to be a part of the community, we try to. Being around for so long, there was a stigma when we first started, and even to this day, when we reach out to other businesses to try to do things with them, they kind of rebuke us because of the industry we're in. I've run across that, with the bank accounts and with a lot of other things that I just haven't been able to be fully accepted yet, which is fine. I know it's all coming around, and with your guys' help and all the work you guys are doing, I know that eventually I won't be a black sheep in the community. I came out of college. I thought I was going to be a writer. That didn't work out. So I kind of tried to use my college hospitality training into, opening up this market. I really pride ourselves on our good customer service, on the way we treat our employees. I think we have a very well-trained staff. We have HR develop training and rules and regulations so that everybody is treated equally and with love. We have a super diverse staff, and 90% of that staff is local to Sylmar. I think we have very good security. We have 24-hour security, holidays. We have the video surveillance all the time. We have a gated large parking lot, 14, 15 parking spaces that I feel like are never always full. We are an award-winning dispensary in the San Fernando Valley region. We've been doing everything that we can from the very beginning to provide all the information we can to the DCC, to the city, every step of the way. It was harder in the beginning than it is now, but I think it's all coming along. I think let's see what else. I just know that this has been my life since 2006. Since I've had a dispensary, I've gotten married, had a child. Everything about my life has revolved pretty much from the beginning of this, and the annual license will kind of be the culmination of like, this wasn't a horrible idea. With the odor and the smell, that's just not something that happens. We are diligent with our security procedures. We are constantly monitoring the parking lot, the surrounding area. And then with the video surveillance, the problem was I had just upgraded our cameras, and the camera guy thought he was doing us a big favor by putting it at the highest resolution, which was like 21 something and 60 frames per second. So it ended up not, there was so much data with that high resolution, which was well above the requirement, that we only had a limited number of days. But since then, immediately that day, we adjusted it to the levels required, and now that's all taken care of. All the other discrepancies we handled almost before compliance got back to their office, and then adjusted our cameras. So we really pride ourselves on being compliant, doing things the right way. Again, it's my life, and yeah, we've just been here the whole time. And again, with the community, I've always wanted to be a part of the community. Anytime we get a chance to do things with them, when they accept us, we do. And I was so excited when the police department approached us, that allowed us to, be a part of them and establish with them and the toy drives. But again, with the other businesses, sometimes it's tough being in cannabis. And in my neighborhood in 2007, there was nothing around my neighborhood. And now it's all sort of sprouted up around me, and which is great. But I think that the newer people see me, and I've been here for, I don't know, 18 years, that maybe that we don't connect enough with them, but we're always trying. We're always trying to be a part of the community, and we're always trying to do the right thing on compliance and with everybody else that we can. We give seniors and veteran discounts. Anybody with a prescription or a medical recommendation, we give them discounts. We really just try to run it the right way and do everything right. And again, I love this business. It's like a child to me on that level. I was a youngish man when it all started, and now I'm older. and I love it and raise it and grew with it. And it would mean a lot to finally get that recognition of an annual, like, you've been doing the right thing, and you play by the rules. And as our previous speaker, it was hard. There were lots of businesses around that weren't charging taxes and weren't doing the right thing. And we was held steadfast and continued to try to do the right thing. And here we are today. So I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate you for all the work that you're doing. And if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
This is President Mason. Mr. Tintari, thank you for calling in. I wanted to speak to community engagement. I think you've done a fantastic job in terms of your give backs and your partnerships in giving back. What we've heard coming from the community meetings has more to do with you actually having conversations with community members about their concerns, about the presence of a cannabis business, maybe who you are as owners. I can't suggest any events because I don't want to get in trouble. But
Right.
I think that's the kind of engagement they're looking for, is dialogue with
Okay.
you about their concerns.
And I'm always open, obviously, to talk to people. I feel like at times I'm a pretty good people person. So we're going to work on that 100% to figure out how we can rectify that situation so that the people know who we are and what we're about, and they feel better about that. It honestly saddens me a little bit that is a sort of response, because, you know, I think maybe we get set in our ways and we get a little scared of the community, but we're going to try to figure out how to reach out and do better that way.
We'll just know it's not unique to you. It's definitely not unique to you. We hear it from other community members in other parts of the city as well. So it's certainly a more of a global concern than it is a localized concern. But
That makes me feel a little bit better. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Making the effort is the first step. You might want to reach out to the department, and they might have some suggestions for best practices for engaging with the community. And you can always start with the Sylmar Neighborhood Council.
Okay. Yeah. I think we're going to start attending and try to engage them more on a consistent level so they know what we're about and who we are.
Hey, Joseph, this is Commissioner Melendez. I have a few questions for you.
Hello, sir.
How long have you
Yes,
been
sir.
at that address?
2006.
So you've been there since 2006 at 15507 West Cobalt Street?
Yes.
Because I was looking at some of the complaints, and they said you didn't have enough parking, but I look at it and I could tell that you do have the 14 parking spots. Also,
Yes.
since you have been there a long time, so I could see you're long-standing, in good standing with a lot of things that you have going on over there. And then the other question I had was the odor. It doesn't look like there's anybody that close to you. Do you have anything to speak on that?
I don't, it really, that was another thing that took me back. It's just not something that happens at our shop. So, and even as compliance came, like, I have a compliance person that comes in. Brett is actually who they talk to. And he does not partake in any of that. And he's got a very sensitive nose, and he comes in all the time. He's like, the place never smells like that. And we are constantly surveilling and checking that parking lot to make sure that nobody's opening their bags, nobody's smoking out there. So yeah, I was a little taken aback to even hear something like that, because I feel like we are very diligent in our procedures about making sure that that doesn't take place.
Thank you so much. Yes. That's good for me.
No problem. Thank you.
How you doing, Joseph? This is Commissioner Farmby. First off, I just want to say congratulations on continuing to have your business and maintaining for like the last 18 years. I think that's a true testament of kind of playing by the rules and continuing to thrive in this industry. You mentioned that you were award winning. Can you talk about that?
Yes, there's it sounds cheesy, but Weed Maps runs annual sort of award-winning dispensaries in Valley regions, voted on by the users of the website, and it's a very predominant. It's like the biggest website for people to find new places to go, and we were picked as one of the boutique in our region, and it's something we were very proud of. And know it sounds stupid to be like, oh, we were super excited about that, but we were really excited about that. They're the sort of preeminent, like, everybody goes there to find these things. So then to get that sort of acknowledgement felt like we were doing something right.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Lim. I just want to highlight that in the community meeting that you had, 13 people out of 21 spoke favorable of your being in business there. So, there's nothing to overlook on that also.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions for the applicant, commissioners? All right, Mr. Tintari, please stand by. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. We're on to deliberations, if any.
I think it's good. Good operator.
It's one of the OGs.
Right? He is, even though he started off as medical marijuana, I think that him, along with several other medical marijuana carryovers we've heard from, are true examples of the fact that there is a possibility for success and longevity. Keyword longevity in the industry. So, thank you for that. And we are I'm going to call for a motion.
It's Commissioner Melendez for item number 18, DCR core record number 100631 for the business premises located at 15507 West Cobalt Street, unit number 4. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated January 9th, 2025.
Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 20, DCR core record number 100012. The applicant is California Choice Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7117 North Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then we'll hear from the board and staff at this time.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100012 is associated with California's Choice Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. This business is located at 7117 North Laurel Canyon Boulevard in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan Area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 27, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C12-000087-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 18, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff reports a list of number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Enforcement Supervisor. This summary is for location 7117 North Laurel Canyon. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 16, 2024. Our compliance team met the owner, Armand, and NTC was issued for the following deficiencies. The display of license, the neighborhood liaison contact information did not match what was on the VCR record. At this time, they have submitted a modification to the record on January 14, 25, and is currently under review. The second item is a business premises diagram. They need to update that, given that the location and number of security cameras did not match what was on the business premises diagram. They have submitted a modification against the record on January 23rd, 2025, and that is currently under review by our DCR licensing team. The third item is a written log that tracks access to the limited access areas. They did confirm and provide sufficient evidence, so that has been signed off by our compliance team. The fourth item is ventilation exhaust systems, which our compliance analysts did identify odor when they walked up to the premises. So that's going to require an additional site visit to go out there to confirm that that odor does not exist or they took corrective action. The fifth item is product inventory and sales. DCR identified inventory discrepancies in the track and trace system. According to metric, there should be a count of 9 asteroid gummies. When they were out there, they identified 5 on the metric system. There was also a discrepancy with another product. Canna Botanical First Class, there was 12 in inventory, and they identified that there was a different amount in metric. And they also identified that a UID tag on a specific item for pre-rolls, they could not locate that item within the metric system as well. So that operator needs to provide confirmation to DCR with a reconciliation with metric correcting those deficiencies. At this time, they do have the deadline was January 16, 2024, given that the NTC was issued December 17th. At this time, they did provide an extension request form, and a request for extension has been granted till February 15th. Any questions?
Yeah, question, Victor. This is Commissioner Hector. Sorry about that.
Sure, no problem.
Can you explain how there would be a cannabis odor detected? Because most of it, from what I understand, is packaged, correct?
Yes. Well, for example, this is a phase 1, given the 100, first number 1. So phase 1, oftentimes when it's a phase 1, there's additional activities associated with that location. So they may have retail, and then they have other activities on that location, may have cultivation, manufacturing. So there's other activities here. So that's why there may be cultivation at that property, which they need to take corrective action with the ventilation system, or for this particular case, they did inform our compliance analyst that they're no longer conducting at this time the cultivation activity, so there shouldn't be any smell of cannabis, but we still need to go out there and confirm that.
So what you're saying, once again, this is Commissioner, so what you're saying is at that time, there might have been some cultivation of cannabis that would have actually been the cause of the odor being emitted from the building?
Yeah, there was some odor being emitted from the building, so whatever process of ventilation at that time wasn't sufficient.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Farley. This is cultivation and retail?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Killeen. This is a phase 1 business. They're vertically integrated. They are also licensed for manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation at this location, which is most likely, as Hector mentioned, the reason why odor could be observed from the exterior of the building.
Yeah, it's Commissioner Farley, but that odor doesn't necessarily mean that it could have been from smoking. It could have been the actual smell of the product from the
that is-
facilities, correct?
That is correct. So our requirement, there should be no smell. If it's even associated with
Oh.
cultivation, there should be no odor whatsoever. So if you have a cultivation premises there, you should not be able to smell it from the street, from the neighbors. There should be no smell. So you should prevent that. So with updating your ventilation, providing, let's say, some carbon filters or something of that nature, or working with LADBS in upgrading your ventilation system, there should be no odor smell there. So it
Thank
just
you for
doesn't
that.
have to be associated with, some customers or people smoking in the alley or something like that. It's
Mhm.
just,
No confusion.
yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is that, but regardless of
Right.
where it's manifest from, there should be no odor.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the matrix, I understand that a lot of times there could be some inaccuracy because they didn't register for the sales that took place that day. How do you show that it's been corrected, the matrix?
So they reach out to Metric themselves, and they update and inform Metric of any discrepancies. So they're allowed to go into the system, and they have reconciliation forms that they can reconcile their product and inform them of the corrections or the corrections that need to be corrected. Or at the end of the day, when they just go back into Metric and update the sales, it'll naturally just be corrected, and it'll match from what's on product and what's on sale. But when those discrepancies happen, that gets naturally corrected at the end of the day. The other ones, if a product name is incorrect, or let's say someone mislabeled it and put the wrong UID on it or a wrong label, then that's something that they need to reach out to Metric and correct that and provide us with some confirmation, some confirming corrective action, and our analysts will take a look at it, review it, and then make a determination.
Thank you. Now, you stated that the applicant has asked for an extension. I'm assuming the extension is based upon the upgrading the ventilation and the exhaust system. That would seem like a pretty high. Order.
That is correct. So if they have to work with LADBS, it's gonna take them some time, and we'll take that into consideration. Even though they have a deadline of February 15th, let's say whatever fix they did, and we went out there and did an odor test, but they pull permits with Department of Building Safety. All of that takes time. So all of that will be taken into consideration.
Yeah, and Commissioner Farley, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. I know that there were 5 infractions. How many have been completed?
So the ones requesting the mods have been submitted. So once again, that takes DCR licensing review. So number 1, number 2, those have mods submitted. Number 3, the log has been corrected.
Got it.
Number 4, that needs a site visit, which they did say they just ceased cultivation, but that's their statement. We need to confirm that. And the 5th item, product inventory sales, they did confirm to our compliance analyst, and he did confirm that there was corrective action provided. So he did confirm that.
So that's 2 completed and 3 pending.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for compliance?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then at this time, we do have a speaker card for the applicant. I will not be able to pronounce the last name, but the first name is Armand.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Arman Sirde again. I'm the CEO of the Rebirth. This is, I think, my 4th time down here. How you all doing?
Good.
We're hanging in there, hanging in there, getting long in the tooth.
And I hope I'm the last. Am I?
Nope.
No.
No.
Okay.
Far from it.
No.
I was gonna invite you to the dinner after this, but
He's not far. We only have 4 after him.
okay. So seems like you guys gonna have a lot of questions for me. There is a lot of outstanding, but I do want to correct a couple of things. We did not cease cultivation. We did had a trim operation where we were buying bulk flower from up north farms, and we were just trimming. So we ceased that operation, and we believe that most of the smell was causing that. But fortunately, we just grow good weed, and the smell is strong. When it comes to ventilation, we do have a state-of-art ventilation in our cultivation place. we do want to work with the LADWS, but the truth is, it's been 7 years we're trying to upgrade our electrical in that facility, and we still nowhere in our process. So I'm not gonna just say how long it takes to work with the city of LA and LAWS and LADWP, but unfortunately, that's the reality right now. So for the metric, being one of the founders of the compliance POS system and the technology in this space, I can tell you that there is a lot of discrepancies when it comes to integration with the metric, when it comes to what kind of POS system you're using. One of the most common discrepancy, which you guys keep hearing in your sessions about these products, is that most of this products is getting reported to the metric after 12 a.m. So during the day, when you guys going through the inspection and you're finding discrepancy in a metric and on your shelf, most of the time it's because stores sold those items, but hasn't been reported to the metric. So that's one of the things that has the biggest discrepancy when you guys conduct an inspection. Another thing obviously is theft, which unfortunately happens almost in every dispensary. I'm not saying we are perfect. We do have that issue in our facilities as well. Just keep happening over and over. But we did try, I think my team tried to fix those, and I think we sent an email to you guys. But the extension was taken to correct our flow diagram, which fortunately, we have a lot more cameras than we have on our floor diagram. So we had to update more cameras. It wasn't about the exhaust system for our cultivation. And if you guys have any questions, please.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? All right, stand by. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 20, DCR Core Record number 100012 for the business located at 7117 North Laurel Canyon. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated January 9, 2025.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 21 is DCR Core Record number 320098. The applicant is SLCG Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2210 South Pacific Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from licensing.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. The ECR Core Record number 320098 is associated with SLCG Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2210 South Pacific Avenue in San Pedro Community Plan Area within Council District 15. The business premises is located at 20.
Corey, I'm so sorry. This
We
is
need
Deputy City Attorney Emily
recess.
Wada, but we need a brief bathroom recess if we could interrupt you.
Problem. Okay, we'll be back in like 7 minutes.
7 minutes, so apologetic. Do you want anyone else the time?
The time is 8:21
Okay.
and we're recessing.
I was like, I thought she's not breaking.
We may resume.
Okay, the time is 8:31 and we left off with the licensing presentation.
From the top or where I left off at?
Start from the top.
From the top.
No. 21. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 21.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 320098 is associated with SLCG Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 Retail Commercial Cannabis Activity. The business is located at 2210 South Pacific Avenue in the San Pedro Community Plan Area within Council District 15. The business premises is located at 2210 South Pacific Avenue, San Pedro 90731, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant does not have temporary approval with DCR. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One comment for the approval of the application from a representative expressed a commitment to having a strong security presence and community engagements once open. The comment against the application is seeking a Type 10 license within 600 feet and is upset that SLCG will potentially have their location approved. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation on this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. I see that at the meeting, someone complained that this dispensary would be within 600 feet of their own dispensary. Are there no regulations regarding how close two dispensaries can be with regard to each other?
Yes, Commissioner Nash, the businesses must be distanced at least 700 feet apart, wall to wall. This is a prospective Type 10 applicant that would be sensitive used out if they had the opportunity to apply.
Understood. Thank you very much.
I guess I'm lost now. So we're hearing from a perspective who could potentially be disqualified because of a distancing issue?
A business that would like an opportunity to submit an application would not be eligible to submit an application if this business were granted a license. That business does not have a record before the department. Therefore, the business before you today already creates a sensitive use buffer that would preclude another type 10 applicant from applying within 700 feet. So that prospective applicant who does not have an application pending or a right to submit an application wouldn't be eligible anyways.
Then I misunderstood Commissioner Nash's question.
My understanding of the question was because of during our community meeting, a member of the public, stated that they didn't want this to get approved because it would be within 600 feet of their desired location.
Was it desired or?
Yes, desire.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
It's late. Okay. What? Okay, thank you.
You snooze, you lose.
Hey, that's how it goes.
And this is Vice President, it just so you know, it wasn't clear in the comments that it was a prospective licensee. It sounded like it was a licensee that was complaining about the new location.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
thank you.
commissioner, that's why I understood it too. So thanks for the clarification there.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, I have no other questions for staff. Mr. Vizo, is there a caller in the queue representing the applicant?
Yes, I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 4306. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, this is Molly Pitlick again. I am legal representative for SLCG.
Yes, go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. So SLCG is a social equity applicant lottery winner located at 2210 South Pacific, San Pedro, 90731. They are working very hard to finish their city and state licensing. They have submitted an application for a provisional license under Senate Bill 51 as a verified social equity applicant. They have passed their pre-licensing inspection with the city, which requires them to be able to play back footage, surveillance footage, have their electronic age verification device contract ready to go, and a variety of other requirements. They are dedicated to creating a clean, pleasant, and peaceful environment for its neighbors, and will show a strong security presence in the community. At the risk of, I know that I tend to repeat myself a lot when I am representing people at these hearings. I do think it's important to cite to the law and why they are eligible under the law. So I will be brief. None of the general, as the DCR has pointed out, none of the general denial reasons apply to SLCG. They have never denied the DCR access to the premises. SLCG has never had a license revoked, suspended, or denied, failed an inspection. They've always provided DCR with timely and truthful responses to information. There have been no complaints except for the complaint in question that I will talk about briefly. That would create a significant public safety concern or was documented by law enforcement. And they have passed equity review with DCR and comply with all applicable social equity requirements. The licensed premises fully complies with LAMC 105. They are located in the San Pedro Community Plan area, which has not reached undue concentration. The owners do not hold office in any agency. There has not been a conviction related to the licensed premises or illegal cannabis activity or utility disconnection or padlocking. And no owner or primary personnel holds office in any agency, has a disqualifying conviction, or has received a disqualifying civil judgment. While we do sympathize with the Arroyo family, the gentleman who made the comment about wanting to potentially put a retail license within 700 square feet of our business, SLCG really comes from humble beginnings. Obviously, they are 51% owned by a social equity applicant. The other partner grew up in the area where the store is located. He is excited to establish a business for his family and for the social equity partner. They have followed all the rules that they've set before them in order to get this license. They have gotten support, financial support from family and friends in order to be able to open. And we really appreciate this opportunity to come before you and get our license granted. Therefore, we meet all the requirements for approval of the annual license and respectfully request approval. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pitluck. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, Ms. Pitluck, we'll be right back. We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, I'll take a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 21, DCR core record number 320098 for the business located at 2210 South Pacific Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 22 is DCR core record number 311076. Applicant is 5707 Ventures LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2885 East Washington Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from licensing staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 311076 is associated with 5707 Ventures LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2885 East Washington Boulevard in the Boyle Heights Community Plan Area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 16, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001508-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through November 7, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the social equity requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR received one comment against the application. The individual stated that the area is zoned for industrial use and therefore the customers at this location would primarily be workers and nearby businesses and or people passing through. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for licensing? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Vizo, is the applicant's representative on the line?
There is not a raised hand, but I will make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close out that portion and move on to deliberations, if any.
This is a licensee that was issued a temp December 16th, 2024. So it's just recent, and I don't see any complaints in the portal or anybody say anything about it except the mention that it's in an industrial area and the workers are going to go there and, like in the old days, you don't want the workers to be staying out late at night and drinking too much, so I think it's the same kind of thing that they're saying, that they don't want the workers to come back tired next day. But it's an industrial section, so I don't really see it really having any kind of serious impact on a densely populated little neighborhood. So I'm okay with it.
Yes, points.
Business, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Fairly new, yeah.
Mhm.
Like a couple of weeks.
This Commissioner Lim, in the past, if an applicant didn't show up, but if we had no questions or no issues or red flags, we had a tendency to approve the license even if they didn't show up.
Mhm.
The applicant takes the risk that we will have questions, and if they get unanswered, that the application could get denied, but that's the risk that they take. Here, I didn't see any
Any flags or-
questions or open items
No,
or any red flags.
Yeah, I haven't been over 2 months.
no.
No issues.
No issues.
Well, it's in a highly industrialized
Yeah.
area. There are no schools nearby, there are no residents nearby. And the one concern that was raised about worker stamina the next day is not within our purview. It's between the employer and employee. So really, there are no concerns.
And this is just retail, correct?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Only retail?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're entertaining
Is
a motion.
there
Yeah.
a motion? I am entertaining it.
Yes. Thank you. Item 22, DCR core record number 311076. Applicant is 5707 Ventures LLC, the Boyle Heights community. The premises is 2885 East Washington Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 23 is DCR core record number 310216. Applicant is Pico Legacy LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 6110 West Pico Boulevard, Unit C. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310216 is associated with Pico Legacy LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 6110 West Pico Boulevard, Unit Number C, in the Wilshire Community Plan Area within Council District 5. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SCIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for licensing?
Yes, this is Mr. Melendez. Jason, when I'm looking at the DCR core record number and I see the one we're on right now is 310216, if that was a 1 instead of a 3, is there a designation for a different use?
No.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. To answer your question, Commissioner, no. The first digit reflects the phase. So a leading 1 means it was an existing medical marijuana dispensary. The leading 3 means it is a social equity applicant. So this was a social equity applicant as part of the first round for phase 3. If you see a 3-2, it was a social equity applicant from the second round of phase 3.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for licensing?
And this is Commissioner Farmer. It's not operational.
No.
Right.
Correct, Commissioner Farmer. This is not operational yet.
Okay, any other questions for the department? Okay, the applicant does have a representative here. Don't want to butcher the last name. First name Brianna, last name starts with L.
Hi, I'm Brianna Lucier. I'm here to present for Pico Legacy. If you could go to the next slide, thank you. As we expand our footprint, Herbarium Pico will serve as the latest addition to our growing herbarium family, complementing the success of Herbarium Crenshaw and Herbarium WeHo. Opening January 2025, I made this before we continued the meeting. We're hoping to open in February 2025. This new location is positioned to bring premium cannabis products for seasoned and new consumers alike, community-driven programs to uplift and serve the local area, and a continuation of our commitment to accessibility, quality, and advocacy in the cannabis space. We're excited to share our plans and goals for Herbarium Pico, laying the groundwork for an impactful opening and a lasting connection with the community. Our vision is to create a welcoming and innovative cannabis destination that sets the standard for quality, community engagement, and accessibility. At Herbarium Pico, we are committed to upholding the Herbarium brand values of excellence, integrity, and community empowerment while fostering an environment that educates, uplifts, and inspires. Our mission at Herbarium Pico is to provide unparalleled quality, offering top-tier lab-tested cannabis products that cater to every consumer's needs, prioritize community and safety, foster open communication and trust through local partnerships, neighborhood initiatives, and a secure environment, promote education and accessibility, ensure cannabis knowledge, resources, and experiences are accessible to all, promoting a mindful and responsible use. At Herbarium Pico, the safety and security are our top priorities. We've designed this facility to provide a seamless, secure, and customer-friendly environment for all visitors and staff. The key features and improvements to the facility have been enhanced surveillance, state-of-the-art 24/7 surveillance systems monitor all limited access areas and key points, ensuring maximum security. There is controlled access, restricted entry points, safeguard sensitive operations and inventory areas, adhering to regulatory standards. The customer experience, we have designed an improved layout, which ensures a smooth flow from the entrance to the point of sale systems, optimizing safety and efficiency. And other safety enhancements we have added are emergency protocols and updated facilities, including clearly marked exits and accessible bathroom facilities, prioritizing safety and comfort for customers and employees. These improvements reflect our ongoing commitment to providing a safe, compliant, and welcoming space for the community while delivering the high-quality experience associated with the herbarium. Herbarium Pico has been designed with cutting-edge measures to ensure the safety of our customers, employees, and the surrounding neighborhood. The facility is equipped with high-definition surveillance cameras, steel doors with magnetic locks, and 24/7 monitoring to maintain the highest level of safety and control. Our security is managed by Active Security Solutions, an industry leader with decades of experience, ensuring consistent on-site vigilance and adherence to the highest standards. Adi Mieri, the founder of Herbarium and our neighborhood liaison, will facilitate open communication, address local concerns promptly, and strengthen our commitment to the Pico community. During the recent Los Angeles wildfire disaster, Herbarium stepped up to support affected communities by providing essential aid. We donated 2,000 water bottles, 400 granola bars, and 200 oranges to the LA Food Bank, the LGBT Youth Center, and community goods. Our efforts reflect our unwavering commitment to standing with our community during challenging times. Together, we can make a difference. Herbarium also stands by serving our community together. So we offer community cleanups, food drives, and other programs that we will remain steadfast in building strong, lasting relationships with our community. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. This is the same company that's on La Brea?
Yes.
Over
Yeah.
Correct.
just below Santa
Not-
Monica
not
to
the
south.
Same entity. It's the same brand.
The same
so it's-
brand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There's like a few other locations, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
You did all of that before you opened?
Yes. Yeah, I would have liked to present my Crenshaw deck, but there wasn't time.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for staying here forever.
Thank you also.
And we appreciate that. Commissioners, we can move to deliberations if any. If not, then we can go for a motion.
I got it. Item number 23, DCR core record number 310216. Applicant, Pico Legacy LLC in the Wilshire community. The business premises is 6110 West Pico Boulevard, unit number C. I make a recommendation to accept the staff's report as stated.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim?
Aye.
Vice President Nash?
Aye.
President Mason?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Are you two here on a specific item?
She's the social equity advocate. She was just here to watch.
Okay.
Social equity part. Yeah.
Got it.
Got it. All right. Thank you for hanging out with us. We're on to item 24, DCR core record number 310047. And that would be the applicant is Bay Tea Unlimited LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1535 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on the line?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand.
Okay, then at this time, we'll hear from licensing.
Good evening. This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 24 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR core record number 310047 is associated with Bay Tea Unlimited LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1535 West Martin Luther King Boulevard in the South Los Angeles Community Plan Area within Council District 8. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of August 26, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00000866-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 16, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th of 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. No community members provided testimonies against the application, but the SEIA, Whitney Beatty, attended and provided comments on her joy and pride to serve her community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation on this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for licensing? Ms. Treviso, is the owner, operator, or representative on the line?
There is no raised hand, but I'll make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There is no raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Was here earlier.
Yes, I believe she had to leave.
Okay. Shame, she has a compelling story. Well, we are on to deliberations.
This is Commissioner Melendez. This is the first time I've ever seen a name of the social equity applicant actually going to the meeting and is listed as speaking at the meetings, which I believe is a really important thing. So, and they have absolutely nothing, no negative comments, nothing negative in the portal. They've had a temporary since 2021, which is sufficient time for there to be any kind of problem that would pop up. I haven't seen anything negative in terms of there having any kinds of notices to correct or anything like that. So I'm inclined to continue and to cast a vote.
This is President Mason. The location is directly across the street from the Southwest LAPD division. So I think that she hasn't had too many problems there in that regard. Like I said, she has a very compelling story. She received a sizable celebrity investment to get her business going. But other than that, I'll stop there. Any concerns to
This
my
Vice
right?
President Nash, I would echo Commissioner Melendez's comments. Seems like a good operator to me.
All righty then. Is there a motion?
This Vice President Nash, regarding item number 24, DCR core record number 310047. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated January 9, 2025.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 25 is DCR core record number 110611. The applicant is Silver Lake Caregivers Group Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2715 North Fruitdale Street. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there is no speaker card nor a raised hand.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
This is Licensing Supervisor Corey Blake. I represent item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 110611 is associated with Silver Lake Caregivers Group Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2715 North Fruitdale Street in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Valley Community Plan area within Council District 13. The business premises is located at 2715 North Fruitdale Street, 90039, a parcel zone for commercial manufacturing purposes. The applicant has not been issued temporary approval by DCR at this location. Since relocating here in August 5, 2024, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about November 26, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements, none of the applicable exceptions apply. It is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. I'm looking at the Los Angeles Police Department report here in front of me. And of course, they're saying that there's already one license that's serving that area. But of course, we know that in fact, there's certain areas have an ability to have many more licenses than just one. But it also says the closest licensed retail cannabis businesses in Silver Lake Caregivers Group located at 2464 Fletcher Drive and is approximately 528 feet from the proposed location. And now I'm going to pass it on to Jason so he can let us know what's going on over there.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The applicants are one and the same. So if you notice, this applicant is Silver Lake and the applicant cited in the LAPD letter is also Silver Lake. This is a business that had submitted a relocation request to move from one side of the freeway to the other. They have the authority to continue operating at their original location while they pursue licensure at the second location. So if they were to be approved and then they meet the requirements to get a state license, because this is a phase 1 business, they're not social equity, they cannot get a provisional license under SB 51, they will have to cancel their existing license at the Fletcher address before we will actually issue them a license to operate at the Fruitdale address. So the applicant at the Fruitdale address is not actually engaged in commercial cannabis activity. This is a relocation request. And in order to actually begin operating at the Fruitdale location, they will have to shut down operations at the Fletcher location.
Thank you so much.
What's the timeline on that business?
Currently, because their existing license and their relocation are within the same buffer zone, like they can't be buffered out by another applicant, and DCR has the ability to renew their temporary approval at the Fletcher address in 90-day increments. And, as I mentioned, the first step to being able to operate at the Fruitdale address is for them to get through this body, get their environmental document filed, and then they can submit that to the Department of Cannabis Control so that they can pursue their state annual license. And then once they get their state annual license, then they can come back to us and work with the compliance team to try to meet the requirements to then operate at the Fruitdale address. But before we actually give them a license to operate at Fruitdale, they will have to cancel the existing license at Fletcher.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jason. It was a little confusing there for a second. Thanks.
Good question. Nice catch. Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the applicant's presentation. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative on the line?
There is no raised hand, but I will make an announcement. Oh, it's actually caller with phone number ending in 3158. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello? This is
Yes,
Talal
please.
Stein, owner of Silver Lake Caregivers Group. Good evening, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to let you guys know, not much has changed since the last time I was there. Besides, my landlord and I had a falling out because I couldn't afford the astronomical rent he was charging me anymore. I just couldn't do it. He served me with an eviction notice there. I've already submitted the 4019 form. There, I have already emailed that to the DCR and to my analyst, Shalana Williams. We're working hard to just bring the new location into compliance right now. As far as the DVR and all the other requirements on the checklist, but we are officially 100% out of 2464 Fletcher Drive. I no longer inhabit that building. None of my licenses do, unfortunately, because I paid all the applicable fees there, and they were basically approved as I got simultaneously received my unlawful detainer after 10 years at the location. It's really unfortunate. It's been a long haul, but we're still excited for the retail, and we do plan on getting a zone change here at this new location eventually so that we can get our other licenses here to this location. The only reason why they're not is because this is CM zoned and Fletcher Drive is zoned M. So all my licenses qualify there. Here, unfortunately, only my retail qualifies as far as the zoning is concerned. It's funny, the LAPD, probably the same officer, Arturo Koenig, that wrote the letter, is the one who arrested me across the street at my 2477 Fletcher Drive address and charged me with felony cultivation when I was Prop D and I had limited immunity to grow for my patients, and that's what I was doing. I went to court and fought it, and the judge eventually, after 8 months and about 10 court appearances, dismissed the case. Anyways, that's how I became social equity candidate, by the way, who qualified me as social equity candidate. But yeah, we're excited to move for the it's not easy watching the business that I've built over the last 20 years dwindle in front of my face while I try and get approved here. But taking it one day at a time, working hard, working diligently to get the new location open. And I will be emailing the DCR soon for my inspection. I believe it should be within a couple weeks. I should have everything done. I just had the camera guys just finished up the cameras, DVR. There's a multi-terabyte hard drive that is about 4 months of recording. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free.
Well, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Farm. You say that you're a social equity applicant?
I'm a phase one pre-ICO. I came into compliance personally. Came into compliance with the temporary urgency ordinance as well as the interim control ordinance. The interim control ordinance in 2007 and the temporary urgency ordinance in 2011, as well as Measure M in 2012 and Prop D in 2013.
All of which predate the social equity. Yeah.
I just qualified as a social equity candidate after my arrest, and I was taken to jail for felony cultivation.
And that was when? I'm sorry, that was when?
It was, I believe, in 2014. 20. No, I'm sorry. That was in 2012.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Hearing none, thank you for hanging out on the line or for calling in. We appreciate your presence here electronically. And we are on to
Appreciate you.
deliberations. Thank you. Thank you. We are on to deliberations, if any.
I think he's shown that he's a good operator, and I'm apt to vote in his favor.
Okay, there are no red flags for me. I will entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 25, DCR core record number 110611 for the business located at 2715 North Fruitdale Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Great meeting tonight. Looking forward to our almost dedicated meeting. But in the meantime, the time is 9:22 PM and this meeting is now adjourned.
Is that